What you guys? I thought I was just watching Andy do his PS5. So I thought, well, no one's jumping on. I ain't really got a lot because I'm waiting for parts. But one thing I've got is my mum's watch. It's decided to stop. So, Russ, how you doing, my friend? Chris, thanks for popping on. Mr. J Fix himself. So yeah, it's not going to be hours sitting on there. I'll have a look at a few things that I need to have a look at. I've got my mum's watch. This bloody thing's decided to stop for some reason. So I'm going to dunk it in IPA. I think there's some gunk inside it and it's stopping it from working. So I'm going to submerge it in one of these little pots with some IPA and see how we get on. The only downside is I've got to get this arm out. So this has got to come out for some reason. So I can drop this face out, dunk it in. If I can't get that out, because you'll end up breaking these otherwise. I know how finicky these are to actually get in. So yeah, so yeah, guys. I thought, well, Mr. Swindon wants to save some of his other stuff for tomorrow, so which is understandable. So I thought, well, anyone watches the Mr. Simpletech, his amplifier that he was doing. I did watch it last night because obviously I had to come back from the vets. I'm taking a dog up there. She had to go up for a test, and yeah, I thought, oh, I'll watch that to actually have something to watch. And yeah, it was actually really interesting. And Mr. J Fix's board, the laptop board from Joey. So yeah, again, having some problems there on that front. Try to run that code on Linux. It's not the easiest stuff to run. Linux is so sort of complex. It's in a league of its own. I think you can spend a decade just trying to understand the way Linux works at the end of it. But so hopefully you'll be able to write a bit of code on that front and well, try and source the issue so you can diagnose the problem, because obviously it was tripping out. I do like I like watching with the computer stuff. I do. That's why I like Mr. PCDD. But I used to do it back in the early 90s. I don't do it no more because obviously it's true that Mr. PCDD said that he's had a few awkward customers, and this is the trouble when you're dealing with PCs. At the end of the day, you're always going to have one or two customers that are not going to be happy, no matter what you do on that front. So, you know, it's yeah, that bloody Linux operating system. I mean, I've done a dual boot on mine, so I run Windows 11 and Linux Mint. I only use Linux Mint basically to do word processing and use it for the Steam, which is great for games. I tend to get a little bit more better performance out of the Steam on Linux than Windows, because it's so heavily bloated with AI and bloatware. Even though I debloated it and turned all the AI off, it's as much as going without not breaking Windows, but it's not the easiest at the end of it. I mean, I know it's each for the personal preference, but you do. But Linux is in a league of its own. It just is. It's not the easiest. It's not for a newbie at the end of the day, because you know you're going to run into a problem or two. So, yeah, I can feel your pain for that one, brother. Definitely, I know what that one's like. So, I thought, well, no, I don't know who else was going to stream. So I thought, oh, do you know what? I'm mucking about with this bloody watch. I thought, and I want to have a look. For some reason, me reel-to-reel decided to stop. It's not getting no power. So I thought, I know I'm still waiting for parts. This is the nightmare when you're trying to do a repair. It's bloody getting parts. A lot of the stuff, it's ordered from China. So I've got a couple of things coming, because obviously I've got a couple of ESR meters. At the end, well, I've got one ESR meter, I should say, which is this one here, which is my new version. Me and Mr. Pico have been keeping in contact with each other, so I thought he recommended some multimeters, because this was my original one, won't read in circuit. If it does, it's very picky. It ends up being the most expensive. It ends up being crap. These ones come off AliExpress, end up being the best ones ever. It don't make sense. you pick yourself a really good multimeter, and in the end, a cheap multimeter does the job. So, I mean, obviously, you got your testers and things like that, but I needed one to read proper capacitors, and this one reads lovely. So, you know, and it really helps me out. It don't read everything in circuit, because like most things, you can't read everything in circuit, but it does a good job. It's a lot better. It sort of cuts a little bit of the work time down. Obviously, I've just ordered a load of capacitors because I've still got me board, which I'm waiting for parts, which is this one. Obviously, this come off my Panasonic. What did it come? It's my Panasonic equalizer, which is quite a good one, but I have to be careful because these are vacuum sealed. But I've got to get underneath there. Bloody capacitors. Not the easiest to get under, which I don't really want to take off 21 pins and desolder from the back of the board and take all this lot off, because these boards are so ultra thin, you're going to delaminate them or break every single trace going. Mr. Worms is in the house. I'm very grateful to Mr. Worms. It's been very good. He's a very good person. So please give him the thumbs up. He had repaired my Atari boards, lovely. And I was playing my Atari board last night, sir. Very, very impressive. At the end of the day, it was working like a charm. Dumped all my ROMs, some of my ROMs on there. I had a right old blast. I do like playing my retro stuff. So yeah, I've got this. This is part of the data board I'm working on. I found at least 9 bad capacitors, and that ESR meter read these fantastic. So which really helped. So yeah, I've ordered some of the caps. I've still got to order some more, because when I tested this side of the board, these are registering bad as well. I mean, so I've still not. Even though I've got roughly around about 10 coming my way, I've still got to order more because of these have gone bad. I did jump the ESR meter quickly and just do a quick test, and these 100 UF ones they're not great. They're not reading too great. So the ESR is quite high. You don't really want to have a high ESR on a capacitor. It just ends up like a resistor in the end. It just goes ballistic. And I did put my multimeter on, and it was still not. It wasn't reading great. And I bloody repaired. I know you've got. I know I did do it once, and I did do it on a live stream. Do you know what the bloody annoying thing is? I was working. I've repaired me Commodore 64, and I've been using this quite lovely, right? Bloody hell! And what happened? The bloody things broke again. It just keeps on. These things just break like anything. They're so brittle, these Commodores. Unbelievable. Now I repaired that notch at the back of it. I used hot glue and I used resin on top. So I thought that won't break. No, it decided to break. Bloody unbelievable. So I've got to repair that again. It just seems to keep breaking. It just won't have it. Hot glues. Even hot glue's not enough. I thought I've never known anything like it. Seriously. Yeah, it's old. That's what it is, Mr. Worm. Bloody hell, it's the old plastics that go so brittle. It's unbelievable. So I thought that's what's really done it. Yeah, them old plastics, they just fall apart. They're like it's I had an old clock like that. Do you know what? I can definitely imagine. I know exactly what it is. Talking about old clocks, I've got my mum's watch, and it's decided to stop. Even though I put a brand new battery in, it's got a job to go. So I think there's some gunk inside. So I'm going to dip this with IPA and give it a good old rub. Give it sort of a mixture on that front. So I'm going to put a little bit. I'm just going to put in there watch repair. Well, there's a couple of bits. I was mucking about with it the other day, and that's decided to stop. Me reel to reel. For some reason, it won't. Now there's no power. So something else is stopped. Vintage. It's absolutely. I blame. Do you know what, Mr. MK, sir? I totally agree. I mean, you say about the Furbies. The Furby sits at my table now, and what made me laugh? Someone drove a drill straight through its head at the end of the day. I couldn't stop laughing. I thought it was really funny, but the Furby still refused to give up, and so he shoved a drill through there and put one straight through its head. No, didn't kill the Furby. The Furby still managed to go. Even on the fire, someone put one on the fire, which I did put on there, which was really funny. But the poor Furby suffered even has suffered a great fate like that. You still haven't learned, have you? There you go. You still haven't learned. And Mr. MK, me and Worms don't get timed out. Because Si's not in. So even though you may have Si on your side, sir, we won't get timed out on there. So me and Worms will be all right. So yes. Oh, we was only joking. We know how fun you're. We literally Si's at work. All right, okay. So we can breathe a sigh of relief. We can breathe a sigh of relief. Literally, it was. Do you know what, your streams absolutely were killing me last night. I couldn't help it. Sorry, but obviously I was at the vet's because of me mum's dog. She wasn't very well, bless her, but she's a lot better since she's on there. But yeah, the other night, absolutely sorry. I know I got timed out, but I had to do it. me and Mr. Worms, we couldn't just resist. We was just literally sitting there. I thought I was pissing myself through laughing. All I kept seeing was everything was going into the bin. And you done well. I'll say one thing. You done very well getting that blob out, actually, on there. Everyone doubted, thought, no, that's in there to stay. But that actually, hat off to you, sir. You done very. The only downside was the bloody wire was too short. Literally just by a millimetre at the end of the. Well, that's what Andy was saying now in there. He said, well, I've only got a small one like that. So yeah, that was actually that was epic. For absolutely one of the funniest things. This is reasons why I love watching streamers. You see them at their best and their worst. Yeah, I don't know how the streamers can't keep calm at sometimes, but they're trying to focus what they're doing, and you would just end up. Look, Mr. Worms, you've got to understand, right? It's streaming is all about good fun. As long as everyone's enjoying themselves at the end of the day. And that's what it's all about. I mean, it's true what Mr. Swindon said earlier on. When you're trying to read messages and you're trying to do a learn, and you end up having a fit of giggles, it's literally you can't stop it. It's like a runaway train. It's funny. And when you're sitting back watching someone else, all you're watching is seeing their failures at the end of the day, because it's hard to concentrate. So yes, I can totally relate to that. So that's probably why you don't see many streamers doing these things. But it's, as I said, it's all in good fun. And that's what it's all about. It's all in good spirits at the end of the day. Regardless that we might get timed out. Mr. P, oh yeah, Mr. Pico, I'm glad you're in, sir. How did you manage to unload all of that transit? That must have took you forever, because I've not been in there. So... Because like I said, I wasn't going to do a stream, but there's a couple of bits. So I thought there. Emptying that emptying that big long transit. At least that, yes, that's one way to learn. There's a lot of smart people in chat. There is. I totally agree with you there, sir. There is a lot of smart people in the chat. Obviously, I've got a parcel to go to Mr. Carthor. He's going to have a crack at me, which again, due to learning my mistakes, I've got to send him that amplifier, which ain't going to be cheap. I've been having a absolute nightmare with the company DHL, and they end up being the cheapest, and it wasn't cheap to send it to Sweden. I've got to admit, the forms to send to Sweden, right, is more, I kid you not, it seems more complex in the UK to send to Sweden than what it does to Australia, and that is no exaggeration at the end of it. Yeah, I finished it. I finished it all off today, so stripped down, box, waiting for collection, refineries tomorrow. DHL is an awesome oh right, well that's good. Thank you, Mr. MK. So that's reassuring, but it's not in the UK. But obviously I had problems trying to contact them in the UK. They're an absolutely... DHL is Post Nord. Right, okay, thank you, Mr. Williams, for that. So, yes, I have got... It's all boxed up. They are picking it up tomorrow. So, on that front... Oh, hold up. My Furby's drunk. My Furby's fell over. So, let me straighten my Furby up. I ain't going to put no batteries in that thing and all, so otherwise it won't shut up. It'll be going on about ping pong and pizzas at the end of the day. So yeah, my mom's. I'm glad that I'm just glad that I managed to get it shipped off. Yeah, demons. Yeah, they don't need batteries. Well, I won't. I won't go that far, sir. But definitely they're not demons. They're actually good Furby friends. You think you can have a Furby in your life? I can ship you one over. It's no problems whatsoever. And you just have it, put it into your shelf with all your lovely little other bits on the shelf. You'd love it. You know, you could literally just see it, and it will just keep there, chilling out and looking over you, keeping you saying, you know, don't worry about putting batteries over me. You know you're doing good. Everybody at your delivery, they're probably thinking, what the friggin' hell is that in there? They're thinking, oh no, it's a Furby. You know, literally, I can see a bonfire coming on very quickly. You think, right, that's it, that's going on the bonfire or the barbecue, whatever's easier. I'll tell you how much I made from it. Yeah, once they've collected that and weighed it, yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot of stuff there. Hell of a lot of stuff. So I can imagine. I mean, you imagine that took you all day just walking up and down the bloody stairs, Mr. Pico, sir. So, and up front, and obviously there's a lot to contend with. Right on the box of handle with care and live with Furbies inside. Well, I sent one to Mr. Pico because his son wanted one, and I went, do you know what? It makes good sense. So if I put on there like a live animal and just leave the batteries going, they might honestly think that there's something going in this box. I don't know if it's going to make through customs though, because that's probably one of the forbidden things that they can't send to Sweden, which is Furby. So you can bring a sigh of relief there, Mr. MK. So probably Sweden won't accept Furbies in your life in that front. Let me just shut them blinds up. It's obviously dark here. I've got to look for my bloody IPA. I did have a. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I thought, where is it? Oh, that ain't it. Oh, for crying out loud. What have I done with my IPA? I had my bottle of IPA. Don't declare it. Send it as a gift. I don't think Mr. MK would be very pleased. I agree, Worms. I wonder if you can just order one from eBay's site and then send it to Carrefour. Yeah, you probably will do it that way, but from the UK, do you know what, guys? I'm not just going to say it. If you want to send anything to Sweden from the UK, good luck. That's all I say is good luck. It's not the easiest thing. The bloody amount of forms, customs forms, I had to fill out, and I kid you not, I've got them here. Let me block Mr. I don't really want to give information because it's got Carrefour's information on, which I do know his name. I've got his full address, which I'm not going to give, but I can show you the customs forms, right? Just briefly. I'm going to have to cover part of this because it's got details on, but it will give you a rough idea what you're going to be dealing with. And this is, and I kid you not, this is no word of a lie. It spent me the last 2 days because not even the post office wanted to send stuff to Sweden. They just didn't want to do it. There's 5 forms, right? 5. This is the content when you want to send anything to Sweden. So bear with, right? So we've got 2, 3, 4, 5 forms, right? The forms, and I kid you not, I ain't got no personal information because I've covered it all up, so you can't see, right? But you have to put. It costs 40 just for 3 kg, right? Net weight 3 kg costs 40. This is the cheapest, £44.58, right? So you have to type the word amplifier. It has to have a community code. This is only part of the headache involved, right? I put it down as a gift. Delivery, right? Duty unpaid because you're sending it as a gift. You have to keep the weight. If it spikes any more than 3 kg, that price then jumps up, and I kid you not, £76. Plus, then you have to have the total value fee to add it on top. It's massive. And the box has to be waterproofed, right? This is part of that. I'm not joking. This was in Australia. I've never even had this in Australia. So you have to fill out 5 custom forms, right? And you have, so you have to fill out 5 custom forms, put all the details in. This is just to send an amplifier to Sweden. And it literally done my head in that much. I had to ring up, and you can't ring them in the UK. It's automated. So you have to then speak to someone on the net, or you write them an email and they reply back in a day. And you've got to put it all in a waterproof bag on top, because obviously they have to get the customs form out to read. Oh, it don't stop there. You've got to fill another one out, one of these, right? So you take one of these declaration forms, put it inside with your name and address, email and phone number, because they need to open it up to verify what's inside it before it gets to Sweden. That's just a process of 3 kg, and there's a height, width and length, and the weight has to be a certain brand at the end of the day. The box can't just send with a box. You can't have labels showing. It all has to be sealed. And I'll tell you, that's just to send to Sweden. I've never ever in my life had to do anything like that, even going to Australia. And I send stuff to Australia to my sisters. So I'm really shocked on that front. That's just part of the process. So bear it in mind if you ever do want to send something. Now, from Sweden to the UK, it's the opposite. It's not that bad. But from UK to Sweden, that's part of the process. I'm not joking, Mr. NK. That is the exact process. It's ludicrous. I have never in my life ever had to worry about filling out 5 custom declaration forms, because Australia just put a label. Well, I know, because I do it all the time. You just get a sticky label of the declaration of a label, what's inside it, that's it, done, right? You just pay the price, and it don't even cost that at the end of it. Sending it to Sweden, complete opposite. You got to fill out paperwork. So that's part of the process, and that took me 2 days to do that, because everywhere else didn't want to do it. So it would be easier to send the stuff to Australia. Yeah, totally agree there, Mr. Worms. It's just easier to send it. So the last 2 days I've been pulling me bloody hair out for what little I've got left. So yeah, absolutely madness. 5 declaration forms to send to Sweden. Now, when I asked Mr. Carfor, he said that he don't have to do that coming back. He said, and it's cheaper. It's only going to cost me, actually, tell you exactly how much it's going to cost me to send the item back from Sweden to the UK. This is how mad. This is why the UK is buggered, basically. They just screw you with everything. At the end. I've never had that, no. I've got to admit, that's the first. So I'll go to Carfor. Don't worry, guys. His address is blurred. He did tell me exactly how much it is going to come back. Yeah, the box. Oh, here we go. So, right. So he said it's going to be £31 to ship it back at 3 kg. The box has to have a width, length and height. No more than 90 centimetres. Any more, they will not take it. There's even a height limit on box width and length at the end of the day. So anything higher than that, Sweden will not take it. It will just get rejected at customs. It will get sent back to you, and you will not get your money back at the end of it. There is ways less, I know that, yeah. So it's just madness. I've never had that. I've never had that issue before. Never. I thought Sweden wasn't going to be very difficult. It ends up being very difficult to send stuff over. They really want to know everything, and that parcel's got to be reopened up when it gets to customs, because they've got to verify what's inside it. So you can't put anything inside it at the end of it. Yeah, they should do worms. I used to use eBay to order stuff cheaper, easier from the US to the UK. Do you know what? That is very true there, Mr. Pico, sir. It is. Yeah, you have to use a van or VPN. Yeah, VPN. But unbelievable. So yeah, that's part of the process of trying to send stuff to Sweden. Just bear in mind, the post office didn't even want to take. They didn't even want to take the money, and they didn't want to do it. They just turned around and said it's not worth it, and that come from the post office in the UK. They said it's just not worth it. Wow. So I had to do some Googling and find out which company did, and there weren't many in the UK that wanted to take stuff to Sweden. So, but DHL ended up saying, yeah, we'll do it. But I had a lot of headache involved just by sending it to them. So you're sending it with DHL? I am, because that's the only company, well, one of the companies that will take it. So it's booked in for tomorrow for them to pick it up. But I had to fill out, that's what I was stuck on, filling out the customs form. There's 5 forms you've got to fill out. And that, it don't matter if that's a box of chocolates, a Furby. You can't send batteries. That's one of the forbidden items you can't sell. If they realise and you lie, it won't go through customs. It will just get sent back to you at the end of the day. If you've got anything battery related in it, take it out. There's a big long list of the stuff that they will not, Sweden will not take into their stuff. So yeah, one of them was batteries, unfortunately. So you'd be alright with Furbies. So you're on that front. But yeah, not exactly cheap. And I tried to have a look for one of them amplifiers. Yeah, the cheapest one on there. But I had to go all the way up north to go and pick it up. That's 5 hours. I'd be looking at a 5 hour. I'm not driving for 5 hours. I'm owned at 2. I can't drive for 5 hours. That'd kill me. It was one up north. It was £100. That's mad. So, Mr. Carfor is said, yeah, that's all right, but it's all booked into it. Bless. Aussie's in the house. Let me try and find that IPA. You know, that's bugging me now. Wondering where that is. I did have it. It's a bit toasty here. Let me take that off. I did have me IPA. I know I've got me IPA somewhere. He says. Is it hiding at the back? Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Bugger. Audio capture. Yeah, so unbelievable. Oh, where's that gone? I don't even know where my bloody IPA's gone. It's disappeared. Mind you, and I'm not surprised everything else disappears in here. At the end of it. And I've got to give my Amiga a clean at some point. She's a bit dusty at the end of the day. I've got to give her a clean at some point in her life, the Amiga, because she's sitting up there. She's one dusty girl, and it's all black bit. Look at this lot. Look, again, where's all this lot come from? It's all like I don't even know what that is. The Furby drank it. Yeah. the Furby drank the IPAs. Probably that's why the batteries are dead. That's a nice one. I can't believe Mr. NK, sir. That's a brilliant comment. I like that one. Yeah, they removed. They removed the batteries out of it. They totally. I'll tell you what. I did do. Did I do a mod on this? Yes, I've done a mod on this one. Obviously, because I've got. Oh no, that's right. It's got a working drive. It didn't have a working drive. I remember. I had a retro brightness. This was really dark yellow, right, at the end of it. So I ended up putting a chip in this, modding a chip. No, the chip was already mod. I've done it circuit, put it onto the circuit, and now I can flip drives. So that's why, because I've got one of these. Obviously I've got one of these guys, so what I do, this is another one what the Commodores have got, the Gotek systems. This one was a little bit more fancier, and what I basically do, this didn't come with this, so I had to buy this extra. So this goes into the printer port, and it pulls the information, and it thinks it's now running a tape, like a cassette. On that front, or floppy disk. It's a floppy disk, but it's the same thing. Its principles are the same, but I can run two things independently. So I can flip it. I can flip it one side, and then what it does, it kills the power to that. And if I flip it down, it will pick up the Gotek as well as the drive. So I can have two things going at once at the end of the day. So that way I can run one image on there and put a disc in and back it up. It's actually quite clever, or versatile. I could put a disc in and then back it up to the Gotek system, so which is really great. But I think it's this one here. The disc. Oh yes, a disc drive port. I've forgot where it went. There you go. It goes here. So it just goes on a disc drive port on that front. But she is so dirty now. I've got to give her a clean. Yeah. Yeah, get them under them chips it eats the board. Yeah, that's the only thing that's the only downside. So these are the Commodore Amigas. Obviously, Charles has got the CD32, which is an equivalent of this of an A1200. Much sought after system. Don't get me wrong, the Amiga's a great computer. So far ahead of themselves compared to the Ataris of the 520s, even the 1040s. But this had a much better chipset in. They started putting speech synthesizer chips in, and it was great for doing other bits as well. Yeah, I've had my discs I have got loads of them, but the only downside, Mr. Worms, I'm coming across, and the same as it don't mean because of the Commodore. With the Ataris and the Commodores, the discs are now failing because obviously the chemicals are breaking down in the discs. I mean, it's only a matter of time, which tends to happen. I've got a very rare Spectrum cassette there, and it's got the exact same problem. For some reason, it's just now not. It used to work. Now it's not working because the cassette's breaking down. The chemicals end up breaking. So I've had hard disk all my. I mean, it's a shame. Good thing is, there's if I remember correctly, you can go to. There's a website you can go, and it's not illegal. It's 100% legit. It's backed up in the archives. I'll have to dig it out. It's on my other computer, and you can download near enough all of the ROMs for free. Not all of them, but a majority of them, and they're backed on there, and they're free to download. And they're say to do with the old archives, because some of the games for these obviously don't exist anymore because the discs they've broken down. So that's the only way they can back them up, is to put them on. You can run them through emulation, but you're better off. the emulation, don't get me wrong, emulation's good, and it's very good. I still like playing on the original hardware, which I like using the keys, and because these have got like cherry keys on that front. But I did do an upgrade on this. I'm pretty sure I did port, if I remember correctly. Yes, I put another 512. And I did port, if I remember correctly, I can take this out. If I take it out slowly. Yeah, this is another 512. So what I've done, I put another 512 in. Now, this come with it, but it didn't come with the chips. So what I basically done was, unless it did come, no, I think I did buy this as a kit. No, I bought this as a kit. So I bought this as an expansion for use for the 512. So it now goes from 512, well that is 512, and plus the 512 in it is actually 1 meg at the end of it. But there was only, I think there was about a dozen programs that only took advantage of the 1 meg. It does make it a little bit quicker, and I did port a custom, I don't know what boot chip was in this. I don't know if it was I think it was 3.1 on the boot side and that front, but yeah. These are great. These really make a difference when you're running these. Let me put this back in. So, obviously, I was watching earlier on Mr. PCDD work on that monstrous PC. Oh, and I thought mine was bad at 18 kg, not at 50 kg. Jesus, it's one. That is one serious heavy computer, and it's a shame because now, obviously, oh guys, that don't sound great. I'm gonna have to open that up. There's something floating around in it now. Something else I'll have to take apart and have a look. I can hear something rattling around in it. Don't tell me that's a bit of plastic, just broke or gone brittle. That's the only downside to all this vintage stuff. It's literally so finicky you can't even dare touch it. You're frightened to touch it because it's going to bloody break at the end of it. So yeah, she's going to need a clean, which I will give her. It's like all black paint. I don't even know where it's come from, but it's like all black dust all over it. Yeah, that might be a bit of Furby. I don't know how, Mr. Worms, because the fucking Furby's been sitting here and he's jumped over there. But yeah, I can hear something rattling around in there, so I don't know where the fucking IPA's gone. That's bugged me. I had a box of it, like a big carton of IPA. I mean, it's not a problem. I could just use a little bit of me other IPA up there. But I thought I had it sitting up in the back there somewhere. Clearly not. Yeah, so there's a couple of bits. Yeah, that did make me laugh, though, 100%. So yeah, sending. So if you guys ever do want to send some stuff to Mr. MK, just bear with it. I'd like to send him a nice Furby through the post, but I know Mr. MK wouldn't appreciate it at the end of the day. Furbies are for life. They're not just, they're not just a pet. They're for life. You keep them. That's why there was all the craving in the 90s. You know what Furbies are like? They think, yeah, 100%. Oh, well, I've got these today. Someone let a Furby. Yeah, Mr. J Fix. I like the way Mr. J Fix put little Furby symbols. I went, oh, that's legendary, sir. That is literally legendary. I've got some of these. Someone sent me some of these. Me neighbour sent me some of these today, and I've never had these before. They're called Twix crispy rolls. At the end of the day, I've got a few left. Obviously Bronson wanted one. Yeah, he would have swallowed the packet. But they look like a long stick. I've never seen anything like that. Really nice though. It was a thank you present. Obviously I took these rubbish out because he's been, and then he come back and he put these on my doorstep because I put his rubbish out. I would have done that anyway. So obviously he was a pensioner, so I thought it. But yeah, really nice. So yeah, I'll totally recommend them. They're like a really long, thin roll, and I thought, oh yeah, nice. Hold up a minute, tape card. Where's it? Oh right, for the Commodore. I thought, hang on a minute. I thought there was something on that front. Right, let me see. I'm trying to find that bloody IPA. For the love of God. I'll leave you guys in the trust deed of a nice Furby. I know literally Mr. NK really likes Furbies at the end of the day. Obviously I must have really traumatised him. I didn't mean to traumatise you, sir, by a Furby. I didn't realise how bad that really had a knock-on effect. Oh no. That wasn't done intentionally, trust me. Alright, maybe a little bit. I'm thinking, oh no. Right, let's move Mr. Car forward soon. Yeah, there it is. Ah, found it. What's it doing down now? Bloody hell. Right. Buried. Obviously I've had a good like. Yeah, I'm trying not to eat sweets and... do you know what? I don't eat a lot, Mr. J Fixer. I'm very picky. I don't mind a tiny little bit, because you know what happens with chocolate and all sweets and stuff? It's nice, but the trouble is your brain tells you want more, and that's when it starts spiraling out of control at the end of it. So I haven't used this. Oh, fuck, it's got a big dent down the side of it. So yeah, that's what happens with sweets. You don't just stop at eating at one. You want more than one, and your brain tells you want more. And this is why your sugar levels are spiking massively. In the next minute, before you know it, you think, bloody hell, I've finished a packet. Everything. The trouble is with a lot of stuff today, which they don't tell. Well, they do put it in. If you have a look in the back, it normally tells you. Everything is calculated per 100 grams, and it even says it on there, right? This is not going to pick it up. It's just because it's in silver, but it says it right here, right? And I'll read it out. It says information, right? Information of everything's. It tells you right the kilojoules, the fat content, which is 25 grams, and then which of sugars. There's 17 grams in sugar. But that measures 100 grams, right? Everything's measured in 100 grams. So you think, oh, okay then, if everything's measured in 100 grams, what's in a packet? And it actually does tell you on there. So it just tells you in one twig, just one, is 11.25 gram at the end of the day. So you think, oh, well, okay then. So if you go to Weight Watchers and they say, no, you can have a treat at the end of your week, right? But it has to be a small treat. Well, then that's defeating the object. Weight Watchers is trying to tell you to lose the weight, and then the next minute they're saying you can have a treat. Well, bloody hell. You know what people are going to start thinking? Oh, that's nice. I'll have another one. Before you know it, you've been over. So when you go back up to get weighed, you're over again. They should really tell people to have a treat at the end of the day. They should say, no treats at all, full stop. You don't want to be diabetic, just don't have anything sweet at the end of the day. So, no, unbelievable. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to submerge this, right? I can't get that, I don't really want to break it. So I'm going to eyeball it with some IPA. And it's pure IPA. You can actually see it's IPA. I think there's some gunk in this, you know. I just know there's some gunk. I'm going to leave it there and let it do its magic. And let it just sit there and ferment. So while I'm doing that, I can put that to one side. I can put that up there. Mm-hmm. Let that just. I think there just might be some gunk in it. I really do. I think there's some bits in it, and then I can pour it back into the bottle. It won't get wasted. IPAs always end up being right. So while we're waiting for that, and the pins. Oh yeah, don't forget the pins. And, oh god, yeah, I nearly forgot the fucking strap itself. So I thought, right, okay, let's put these back in. He looks like he's listening then. Yeah. So, yes, so obviously, Mr. J-Fix, do you reckon that you're going to end up trying to sort that board out? Obviously, you're trying to run that program through Linux. I had a very... I knew you was going to run into problems with that because Linux is very complex. It's way too complex even for me, and I'm pretty good on computers. As like you said, I used to work in a couple of factories. We putting them all together, booting them all up. All right, it was all done on the factory line, but but I got a couple of certificates. Well, I'm good at PCs. That's why I don't do them. I used to do them in the 90s. I had too many people kept trying to get free repairs, and in the end I just stopped it. And now obviously Mr. PCDD, he's had a few awkward customers, so now I just don't repair them. I just stopped them. I just went, no, I ain't touched them since the 90s. Yeah, I'm trying my best to get something done different next time. Yeah, I'm thinking when it comes to computers, right, just a little tip: stick to what you're good at the end of the day. You've got to give it a go. I mean, regardless, if it don't work, don't beat yourself up about it. Just move on to the next subject, because you're just going to waste time. You're just going to put more time into something, and you're going to keep going round and round in circles. So in the end, I end up just thinking, if I can't repair it, put it to one side, move on to another subject. And that's really good things to do, because then you can concentrate on something else. But yeah, Linux is not the greatest. I wish they would have made it a little bit more simplified. But when you're writing out commands, yeah, it is very good. So yeah, I'll totally recommend go to James's channel, have a quick browse on there. If you've not subscribed, please do, because I think it really does. It really does help. It helps all of us creators, really. Everyone does well. So what the friggin' hell? Now, I haven't booted this up for over a year. Obviously, I have done some extensive work to this. I did put the mod in because it had to be soldered to the board, which I did do. So, oh, great, lovely. I can't take them out because they're hex keys. Of course they are. Why did I put bloody hex keys in? Unless that's the original. I think that was the original part, the hex keys. I'm still waiting for parts. I am literally still waiting for parts. I've just had to order another 10 caps. I've just literally had to order another 10. Yeah, I'm going to log in and put the controller in, check the alarms. Yeah. Don't just don't think, James. Just give enough credit if on the laptop it's a piece of diagnostics experience as well. Of course it is. Totally agree with you there, Mr. Carl. For his Pico, sir, you do end up. It's just you tend just to move on, and you end up just thinking, because you still got to diagnose and find what the problem is. You know what the problem is. Trying to sort the problem is another matter. But you just got to just keep doing, keep going at it. But in the end, it's like you said, it's all a learning curve. We're all still learning, regardless. Some learn quicker than others on that front. Do you know what? That's bugging me now. Wondering what that's floating around inside it. Let me go and grab me tool. Oh no, it ain't. They're here. Oh, that's handy. For crying out loud. I bet it bloody had to be, didn't it? Squish. Obviously I sent Mr. Squish a lovely present the other day. He received it today for repairing my Atari board, which I can't stop thanking him enough. Thank you, sir. I was playing on my Atari last night. I do love playing. I am partial to a good I've got a bloody gaming rig over there and I barely use it. But I tend to go back on my old retro stuff. I just love the retro gear. I think I'm just too stuck in my times about with way retro stuff is. It is fantastic. Oh, look at that. First time. I didn't even bother checking. Right, that's it. Put all this crap back there. Obviously, Mr. Pico himself is, hopefully, he's going to get his channel so he can be doing a live stream at some point. We was discussing this. Hopefully, I know he's got his workload, but there will be times where Mr. Pico won't be working on from some of his time off, and we might be able to get a nice live stream. I did even recommend doing a dual live, which that's another thing that you don't get to see in streams. It was only a one-off for the charity stream, which Mr. Swindon himself won't be wearing no more skirts. I can't see Mr. It's obviously I can't see that ever happening again. Yeah, there's a bit more in setting it all up today. Yes. So, Mr. Pico's been a great help. Really has a great help. Obviously, we're still waiting for some bits to come through. Me function generator, obviously, for the audio equipment, which it's got to come from China, unfortunately. But I ain't bothered. I'm not in a rush. You can do it. Now, I've not touched that, so there's nothing that really should be floating around inside here. It shouldn't, because, like I said, this sits up on display. So I don't quite understand why there's something now decided to float around inside it. Still got the original security stick on this one at the back. Well, the warranty seal's been broke, but it's still got it on it. No. That's got an odd screw in it. No surprise. Why do they put things so bloody awkward here? Even the Amigas, these are the 1200s. Actually, the 1200 was a really lovely computer. I think it was an underrated computer. But again, sought after. Mr. Hopkins has got the CD32, the Amiga CD32. Absolutely, don't get to see many of them. So he's got some good vintage stuff himself. So I know exactly where he's coming from on that front. The trouble with these machines, you think retail price of this when this come out in the early, late 80s, early 90s, right? This was retailing roughly around about £3.99, about £400 when this first got launched. But they was limited stock only. You could only, I remember, not many shops had these. If you wanted to get one, you had to go all the way up bloody Tottenham Court Road in London to go and get one. And people were queuing up to get them. They was literally just queuing up. At 400 quid. They weren't chunk change, had these bloody things. And yeah, you think, yeah, wow. But people did, because obviously people did, you know, but not everyone could afford £400 at the time. It was a lot of money. I think that was a lot of money. And these consoles wasn't. They was very expensive for their time. Too expensive. Obviously, they're not that much now. I mean, an Atari 1200 is, you're probably short change for about £400 for an Atari 1200. That's if you can find them. I had a look at what did I look at today? I had a quick browse, see what was online. Commodore 128. Yeah, 400 quid. It wasn't even working. You didn't even get no cables with that. That's just a machine. And there was a key missing. Yeah, I got two 500s and a 600. Nice. Oh yeah, I forgot the little compact version of the 600. Yes. Nice, Mr. Worms. But again, I think it's one of these types that end up being underestimated. Now there ain't nothing else holding that. It shouldn't be. This should just come off. This should just... Feels like something's holding it. Do you know what? I hate these plastics. Because I tend to know what tends to happen with these. These break very, very easy. Too easy, in fact. Well, nice collection. Yeah, Mr. Chris. Oh yes, yeah. Chris has got he's got a 500, a 500 plus, a 6, and a 12, and a C. Well, you jammy get. So you've got the complete collection. So you've got the original 500, the 500 plus. That's what this is. This is the 500 plus. So you've got the 600, the 1200, and the 32. What a lovely collection. Yeah, you're one lucky boy there. I totally agree with you there, Mr. Worms. To have the complete collection of the Atari range from Commodore, yeah, nice. Just hold on to them. Do never ever sell them. Here you go. Look how bad. This is a prime example to what I'm up against, right? Now I've not touched this in years, right? So straight away, look how bad the heat. Look how bad the shield goes. They shouldn't. It goes to show that even the shield, the RF shield, tarnishes. Literally. Yeah, Chris the Order. Well, he's one lucky git to have all that lot. I mean, that's a lovely selection to have. Obviously, Mr. Hotcows has got the CD32. Now I've got to take. I wonder what that was. Bloody RF. I hate RVF shields. So something's fucking floating around in it. It's driving me absolutely. It's driving me ping pong. It's driving me up the wall. Yeah. That's the only thing with these type of lugs. They're not the... Yeah, I might... How did I know they was going to put more bloody dim security keys in screws? Oh, I didn't see that one. That one's got to be done as well. Just that heat shield. I did give her a good clean on this ball, so she shouldn't be dirty. But you shouldn't have nothing floating around inside it. But that RAF shield has gone really tarnished. And she's been sitting there for... Oh, here. There it is. There's the issue. There was a tiny screw, but I'm hoping that ain't come out of something. Don't know what that was doing in there. I haven't got a clue. Oh. Oh, I see, because you've got these underneath, which I can't get to. Of course, they did make them like that. I forgot. Don't worry. I can use a little flat end. It's not a problem. So I'll take that one off, and you've got to take this one off. Yeah, these I hate these type of shields that you end up taking off and in. These bend up so easy. It's unbelievable how thin these are. But look how tarnished that is compared to this side. I mean, this is nice and sharp, but that is, it's just pitted. All of the pittedness has just literally come off on that, and it's unbelievable. Obviously, now I did do a little mod on this front. What did I'll show you what I've done. Obviously, I had to put in a custom chip on there, This was on the CIA chip. So this, I had to piggy bank off the CIA chip. This is how I've done it. So obviously custom, what I've done, I drilled a little hole, put that on the board there, pulled it all over, spliced into a gap so the wire passed through for the RAF shielding. Then I took it from the CIA, which it does say CIA, you can actually see it from underneath. It says CIA chip, that's the even chip on that front. So you take that off, and obviously you piggy bank and then put the CIA chip back through this, because it's like a Pico. It's like literally a little Raspberry Pi Pico. It passes through, and that's what it does. It piggybacks off that. So there's nothing else really you have to do. The only thing I had to do, which the 500s are notorious from always happening, the clock battery gets the clock capacitor ends up leaking, and it will damage trace all of that. It wasn't leaking, but it was dead. So what I've done, took it out and put a CR32 in with a standoff with 3 legs. Alright, this one had 4 legs. I just cut one leg off it because you can't get them for. I couldn't get them for the 500, so I just cut one, spliced one leg off, so it's 3-legged, and that's what it was. So it still reads it from the capacitor, but I left it out. The reasons why I left it out is because I was running into problems with the Gotek. The Gotek didn't like the battery, because the Gotek's got a clock. It's got a battery in it to keep all the time and date settings, and what it was doing, it was overriding the battery command on the actual board itself. So I was getting a confliction. It took me a while, but I went to the forums and they said, did you do a battery upgrade? And I said I did. They went, take it out, because you're going to cause a confliction with your Gotek system. But if I don't have the Gotek, then it just defaults all your time and date until I put the battery back in. But I leave it out because I use the Gotek into this. I use the Gotek more than the drive. But this is a fully working drive. Bit noisy, but it does work. So yeah, but I did put the standoff in, so it's just a lot easier to do. But yeah, no, not another Gotek. Oh, do you know what? They're bloody expensive, them Goteks. When they're £70 and £80 at the end of the day, they are really, they really are dear. Scew, thank you for popping in, sir. So yeah, but Mr. Worms, did you notice with the 500 boards? You know that the Ataris, when you said you had clamps going over these, right? Look, no clamp on these. And they're exactly the same. They use the same chip, but there's no clamp going over them. Yeah, them clamps are not even on this. So yeah, and that's standard. That was original. So this is all 100% original, except a little bit of a mod that I've done. But again, no clamp. They normally have like a little clamp that goes over them to keep these pinned in. So even the 500s didn't even put them on at the end of the day. So it wasn't even on all the Ataris, because I read up about with Ataris, not even Atari boards were putting clamps over the chipsets. So, which I was really, really surprised. So let me just flip her over, make sure there ain't no bits come out. I think that was it. Yeah, that's a better socket now, maybe. It's bigger, and I think if you look closely, there's a little bit of a difference in this, and I'll show you the reasons why I say it's different. If I put the light on and just show you guys so you can see it a little bit. On the end, there's like a little lip on both corners, only on 2 corners. And I think the chip has to come out a certain way for that to pop out. And I think that's what it does. It clips over and it keeps this clamped in. It's a weird way they've done it at the end. It would have just been easier just to put a bracket over it to keep this pushed down. I mean, it works beautiful. There's nothing wrong with the Atari. Obviously, the caps are still the original. I've not even changed the caps in this at the end of the day. But at least I took the clock battery out, because the capacitor, because these are really bad for leaking. And this one it didn't leak. Lucky enough it didn't, but she's as clean as a whistle. She's definitely 100% anchored in properly. It's just that if I'd have known, I should have just left it out. Just took the capacitor out and left it, but I thought, no, I'll put it back in, put a standoff in it, and it'll be fine, that front. But yeah, unbelievable. But the plastics are still brittle in this thing. They're not the greatest. And it even tells you on the board itself. I don't know if this. Let me see if I can show you guys. You might be able to read it. It's actually got rock. It's got B52 rock lobster on the 500. So even the ball generations, because obviously, did you notice that on the chips they actually name it? Look, Paula. You've got Angus. This is the Angus chip. This is the Paula chip. This is the Odsio. That's Denise. That's got Denise written on it on the side there. You had the Gary chip. Where's the Gary chip? Here's the Gary chip. The Gary chip's here. So you've got the Paula and the Gary chip. And it's amazing how they've labelled all. And apparently the reason behind it, as far as I know, is just that when they was manufacturing, the people that manufactured the boards actually put their signature. Well, that was their names, so they named the chip after them. Hence the names why they was, because they always wondered why is it called the Gary chip or the Paula chip. That's why. When I googled it, it was because they was doing the boards on that front. These chips, do you know what? I hate these chips because they always end up crunching at the end of the day. But again, same problem applies with all of this stuff. Yeah, good luck trying to get bloody parts for. Obviously, you get a working one, but yeah, they're definitely well worth having if you can get a full working one or not. Double check, make sure there ain't no fucking. I don't want to end up putting this back on and there's bits missing at the end of the day, or something's floating around, which it shouldn't float around. That's one of my biggest pet hates. So I'll put it all back. I've just put it all back now. Something else floating around in it. Just gonna double check. I'll just give it the shake test. Look, that's the only thing with them lugs. See them metal lugs? They've just broken off. That's how brittle they are. I know what it is. It's on top of the heat shields. They clip over, they bend over, but you can only bend them a few times and then they break. There's nothing you can do. They go in like little holes, they slot through, and then they keep them tabbed, which you can clearly see even the mark on it. But this is tarnished really bad. It don't matter. It's not as if it was going to. It's only a deflection shield. We're off. Getting the bloody bits back on. They're always a frigging nightmare. There you go. You've got to tuck them. They've got to be tucked. They've got to be tucked over, because otherwise it won't sit straight. I hate these. They are a bloody nightmare, these things to sit on. This one's got to come back out. It's got to go over. There you go. What it does, it just keeps it all in shape. So it keeps it all nice and square. Obviously, there's another thing that I've noticed that this heat shield is also acts like an earth shield as well, which is, it sits here. So that sits nicely. So I can put a screw back in this now. Oh, for crying out loud, that one's come back out again. And that one. The boogers. Right. So yeah, not the most joyful side there. I don't know what that was from. I don't know how that got in there. I really don't. Lucky enough I didn't power that up. That fucking screw would have shortened something out. I picked out of all the screws, didn't I? That ended up being a bloody Phillips. Nice that Chris has got all of them though. It's you don't get to see these beautiful machines, not too often. Hopefully. Now obviously there's going to be a couple of lugs missing because they just decided to snap. Yeah, of course they do. Lucky enough that ain't going to affect it. While I'm there, I'm just going to give that a corner section on there. I'm just going to give this a little bit of an IPA clean. It's a little bit tarnished. Obviously she's been sitting for nearly a year on that cabinet. I've not even powered this up. Trouble with these type of consoles, they don't like being left for too long. They just don't. I can see how grubby that is. Very, very grubby. They should be golden shiny. Yeah, just a bit. You can see that. Look, that's a prime example. These machines, they really, like a lot of these these old vintage machines, they just don't like being left for too long. They dunk that in that IPA. Yeah, still now obviously I've not used this port, but obviously these gold connecting pins, they just really go funny. Hang on, Mr. Pico, sir, I'll read your message. So Mr. Swindon's obviously had footballs on, so he'd be watching his own team today. So I'm not normally a football fanatic. Let me read some messages. Sergius, let's read Sergius. So where is everybody? Probably watching the footy, sir. Okay, kids. Yeah, as a kid, I always wanted to own a retro arcade game. But the art of fighting 2 and 3 in my own. As an adult, and now would have to just take up too much space. They are colossal. Absolutely. I still play them on the old Retro Pi. I have got a Retro Pi. I've got a Retro Pi 3B Plus, which is sitting up there. Again, it ain't been powered up for God knows how long. Obviously, I've got the bar top under here, and I've got my arcade 1-up. I still haven't picked up the arcade 1-up pack. It's still sitting around my friend's garage. At the end of the day, I still ain't had time to go around and pick it up. It's still. I said to him, keep it there. I'm not in a rush for it. I can't move in the front room at the minute. I've got no room for it. So yeah, use them. They used to use real gold back in them days. I think they did. It's like a brass connector. Mr. PCDD, I didn't even know. Do you know what, sir? Ship. Mr. PCDD's in the house. Obviously. Yeah, what a bit of a disaster, Mr. PCD. That computer, sir, absolutely. Yeah, 50 kg. I'm owned at 18. Wow, you wouldn't want to drop that on your foot. You'd be a bit flat on that, sir. 100%. That front. So yeah, sorry, my friends. I'm just reading back on some of the message. Yeah, I'll have to obviously get some of these commands set up. I really have not had an idea. I would like to get some of these up. Yeah, that's that big one. Such a shame. 52 52. I cannot believe you can't grasp, even at 18, right? You feel at 18 kg picking it up, but 52, you'd give yourself hernia literally trying to pick that up, and there's no exaggeration. You would not only put your back out, you drop that, you're going to know you've dropped it at the end of the day. But I really would say caution, just don't pick it up too often. Try not to. And you've done well picking that up, putting that on your bench, sir, without giving yourself, like, putting your back out or straining something. We're not 18-year-olds. We could have probably done it back in our days. Not anymore, you can't. Not at 52 kg. Yes. Yeah, I did damage. I'm not surprised. Do you know what? I'm surprised your bench can actually take 52 kg. So yeah, that's unbelievable. And the middle was no help. No, obviously that thing's such a monster. You imagine. Now I built a 6-foot table, right? Which I built this table from just bought some timber and just wanted to build a bigger table because obviously I'm trying to get the right. And even this ain't big enough. You can see how cluttered it is. Right, it's just cluttered. You've got no room for it. Right, I've got all my oscilloscopes set up, power bench and everything. I even put a floating shelf up and 6 foot. It's obviously not big enough. Obviously, when you're doing this type of work and PC work, you need the room. So you can imagine having that bit of a monster on your bench, that 52 kg. Fucking, you need a 10-foot table, literally. And again, lifting it. Yeah, it must be full like cement. It literally is like picking up bags of. Yeah, actually, well, you're right. Cement is 25 kg. So it's picking up two bags of cement. But obviously, in that format, cement, you can sort of get a lift. But that computer is obviously such a big case. You see the size of the fans. Oh my! Well, it's a shame, really. Now the board is, which I did say in the chat. I actually said that looks like hardware failure. At the end of the day, didn't know that had obviously where the CPU's been sitting. This is the trouble, and it's like you said, sir. You know, give it a go. You don't know what you're good at until you give it a go. The trouble is, if you do it wrong, right? Because I used to do it. Obviously, you still do it. You do it as a business, and if you do it wrong at that price, it's going to hurt your pocket at the end of the day. This is the reasons why I stopped building them and dealing with PCs and laptops and things. Obviously, I had a lot of people that weren't happy because the price, obviously, you've got to put the time and effort into it. Time you're dealing with invoicing, telling people, you're going to get some people who are never ever going to be happy enough for what good your work is at the end of it. So in the end, I just stopped it, and I've stopped it since the 90s. So now I'll just deal with, if I have to build them, I'll just build them for family and friends only at the end of the day. Very rarely, but I just do. Because you know what customers are like. You're going to have good and bad no matter what you do. You've seen the Discord. Yeah, I sent you a bench of your... Oh, right. Thank you, sir. I thought my phone was pinging like crazy. Let me just have a quick look what Mr. PCDD's putting in. He's sent an image. See, now, obviously, now, this is a prime example. Let me open the phone up and then I can show you. Right, so this is a typical work environment when you're dealing with PCs, right? So you can have a bench like Mr. Pico can, right? So Mr. Pico's got a very similar layout. It's got obviously long benches, but that's a prime example. You could have all the bench and still never have enough room to work on because obviously you've got monitors set up, you've got other bits all posted everywhere, you've got all your equipment, you know, all your shelving. Well, I mean, your shelving is all right because you can put all your bits on. But the time you've got, I mean, look underneath. So you've put all of your stuff underneath, and now you've got to try and put that bloody 52 kg on that bench. You've got no room. You've literally got no room at all. So yeah, prime example. So I know exactly. You can never ever have enough room when you're doing repairs. Never. Yeah. Yeah, that's my bench is about 8 foot by 4 foot. There you go. That's a prime example. Yeah, and it's the same as what you're working on. You really, to be honest, you really want a big living room. The only way I could say is if you're dealing with any type of work, especially repairs, you need as much room as you can, especially PCs, because I know I've worked on them, right? It's a prime example. You do need a lot of room because, prime example, that 52 kg beast that come in, you can't put that on a bit of a workbench like what Mr. PC did here. Obviously, it's just not enough. It's not easy to transport, and it's a bit of a beast to work on. So and you can't move. It's not as if you can turn it around and pick it up like most all PCs can. I mean, 18's bad enough. I mean, I could just about fit it on this table. Well, even that is partly hanging off at the end of the day. And this table's what I've got to be about. Well, it's got to be roughly around about 4 foot. It's about just under 4 foot. But it's obviously when you've got a big PC like that strapped over it, you have a 10-foot table, and even that is like you've got to make sure there's nothing else around it because it's you need the room to work on. But it's a shame. But this is what I was saying about earlier on. When they end up they do the work, and like you said, you give it a go because you never know. As long as you're careful, put it in CPUs. But I really stress enough, them pins are fragile as glass. You've got to treat it like glass. You cannot go in there heavy-handed. You bend them pins up, it is literally game over. It will hurt your pocket. And obviously now on that case, it's bent all the pins. It's actually done worse than that. It's actually burnt the pins out. Because remember, that's a bit of a monster PC. Looking at that power supply with the amount, what is it, a 1400 watt power supply? That chip's got to be burn at least, 120 watts just on that CPU alone? Most Intel chipsets are between 90 and 120. Some go up to 130 at the end of the day. So it's 130 watts going through that CPU straight when it's under load at the end of the day. Yeah, you can understand. So if that's not seated properly, you're going to have that problem. Kowalski 98, thank you for popping in. Yeah, PCD, yes, the precisions at the PA 1 twisting assassin, not the RGB, whilst £29 on Amazon. So yes, they are seriously. You can't make mistakes like that. It's obviously that board priced at £600 is obviously very, very expensive, very expensive indeed. So totally, it's like you said, do go ahead and give it a go to try and save it. But if you're not, if it was me, and you wasn't sure of actually trying to put a PC together, because you've watched everyone else, you may have watched 1,000 channels, and everyone makes it look easy. It's like doing a repair, makes it look easy, until you try it, and then you realise you're thinking, oh no, it's not that easy. But it's now what you do. The best thing is, I say, stop, don't carry on. If you're not confident enough, don't go ahead with it. At the end of the day, stop. You will end up breaking the system, which is a prime example of exactly what happened. Such a shame, because it's such a bit of a beast of a machine. It's now going to cost to actually put that right. Wow, that's a bargain. It might be, I might have to buy that in stock. So obviously Mr. Pico himself deals with recycled PCs at the end of the day. I can literally, let me show you guys of prime example of how much Mr. Pico himself, bless him, how much he had to unload on that transit was colossal, and I got to agree, but that probably would have ended up costing quite a bit to try and empty that thing. If I can try and find it, actually it might be in my Discord. Let me go into that. Chit Chat Games. Pico itself. Right. Oh, I did have it. Oh, actually, let me go in the gallery. I think it might be in my gallery. Here we go. Yeah, the prime example. This is obviously Mr. Pitco when he has to pick up loading a Sprinter, clearing out a warehouse with broken computers. So obviously this is all ex-office equipment, not worth nothing. It's worth more in scrap than what you would try, even though that may be working, but they're not worth nothing. You are better off scrapping it, and that there's enough there in scrap to keep you going for Rapture. Obviously, there's PCs. These are all going to be old, like all old office equipment. So not worth nothing on that front, but very impressive. So obviously, it must have took him ages trying to load that Sprinter up and then unload it all. That front. So yeah, I was really surprised when he showed me that, and I went, wow. DJC, thank you for popping in, my friend. Yeah, I wasn't going to do a stream on it, but yeah. So yeah, that was a little tiny black screw in that one. I don't know what that was doing in there. I don't know even how that managed to get that in. Yeah, Chris, not anymore. They've all been stripped down, boxed on pallets. Well, then, to be honest, so they're not, like I said, they're really not worth value. If you wanted to try and buy one of them PCs, they're not. I had loads of them. I still got loads of PCs in there. There's a couple. I've got about 4 sitting in the cupboard at the end of the day. It's a shame, really, because if I was near to Mr. Pitco himself, I'd put them in his donation. So it would end up going into the recycling centre. Obviously, I had boxes of power supplies. I mean, like you said, they're not worth there's no money in them. There's literally no money in it whatsoever. You're better off scrapping it. Just putting them in scrap. That type of old equipment is really not worth anything. You are better off just doing what Mr. Pitco recommends, is just put them in scrap, because I've had them. You can't put modern software on it because it's not compatible. You can force it, but it won't run right at the end of the day. The only thing that them old machines are good for, and I'll tell you what they're good for, running emulation. That's all they're good for, running emulation. It might be able to run a few emulations on them, but that's about it. But besides that, no, they're not. Well, I've cleaned all them pins up. I don't know how that bloody black screw's got in here. Cannot believe that was in there like that. That fell out of it. Didn't even come off anything. I don't even know how I managed to get in there. Look, even the bloody keyboard, look. Even the keyboard's managed to put... This is a prime example of them old PCs, what Mr. Pitco was putting all into the recycling centre. They had keyboards like this. You remember the old 386, the PCs? They had keyboards with chipsets all on them, like this. Obviously, you had some that you had to put the old NHS card slots in. There was like an access point for them to log on. But they're really old computers, like I said. Not everyone really wants them now. And they're cheap enough just to go and buy a modern laptop. What's the cheap laptop you can pick up? 150, 160 quid? At the end of the day, from Argos, it sounds about right. I've got to have a look to see what I'm doing, because there's no guide on these pins and they have to go in dead on. Yep, she's on. The trouble with these Amigas, right? You've got to guide them pins, and they have to sit on 100%. Otherwise, you'll bend them pins and snap them. Frigging nightmare. I hate these bloody things. You know, these, especially trying to, especially all this retro gear. It ends up. I had to put spacers on these because it was rattling every time I was bloody getting a keyboard. It done my head in. I went, what was that noise? It was coming from the keyboard itself. Yeah, there were a good few of the ATX towers, CRT monitors, and there are even large dot matrix printers. Obviously, yeah, I've got that old thing stuck there now. So I said, really, if I was nearer to you, Mr. Peaker, I'd just say put them in your recycling centre, sir. Yeah, there's a few old school servers, towers. They'll have all the old modems, all things like that. No one uses them. Obviously, modems you can't use because once they block the MAC address on them, they're no good to no one. At the end of the day, there's mainly desktops, max about 8 gigs. Yeah, that's just to get past with the thing. Small hard drives, just basic office machines. There's an i3, there was an i5, and i5. Well, an i5 is a decent processor. At the end of the day, i3 is, it's probably like just dual core or something like that. i5 has got a little bit more poking. At the end of the day, you're better off, But like you said, you really can't do a lot. You can't do a lot with them. You're still limited. Obviously, Windows 11 won't take anything because it has to have PTM 2.0 on your motherboard. You can force it on. At the end of the day, or better still, with old machines like that, you're probably better off running Windows Linux Mint with an older the old distribute sides, and just run it on that side, and then you won't have any issues. But you still can't do a lot with them. You might be able to do a bit of word processing, you'll get some on pass, but really, all that, it's not worth nothing. You are better off doing what you're doing, so it's just putting them in for scrap. So, yes. Oh, let me just give that a quick. Sister, before she moved to Australia, she said, do you want me makeup brush? Yeah, perfect. Makeup brushes are great. Really great for PCs and keyboards. Still don't know what all that black dust is. Yeah, it's everywhere. Jesus. Yeah, the pre-2000 stuff, that's worth money. Yeah, not after it, Chris. We strip it. Yeah, you strip it. Yeah, remember when you're recycling, there's a lot of precious metals in PCs. So everything's. The good thing is what Mr. Pitco does is that obviously takes time to do it, but you get an art. You sort of get a knack to it. Putting them old, stripping out all the components, because you get more back on tonnage than what you would try to sell it individual. So it does make sense on that front. But yeah, I mean, I'd like to think how many PCs have been recycled from Mr. Pico's environment. Probably thousands on that front. It will be a lot. We'll put it this way: if you had a pan for every ton that you would have had to scrap, it would run into thousands. like you said, it does make sense to what Mr. Pico's doing. The literally, but it's the destruction. You obviously you have to strip them down. You don't want to go too mad because there is precious metals in everything, and it is worth money. Yeah, because of the same. Yeah, it's the same to. It's what we have to issue a certificate of destruction that that's it, and it can't be resolved. So basically, so that it's been properly dismantled. I mean, our drives are a prime example because they contain on the platters the seal, the vacuum done in a factory. Obviously, you can't get dust in them. They will. People can just buy an hard drive and still hack into it at the end of it. So yeah, I suppose Mr. Pico is right. You all have to have a certificate saying it's been properly dismantled and it cannot be reassembled at the end of it. That's the agreement. That's part of the agreement. So yeah, I can there. You're right. So you do it to a point where you're thinking, I don't care how good you are, you'd never be able to put that back together. It's interesting, no? I love anything like that. I mean, seeing it, it's at least it doesn't. Well, the way I look at it, it's being recycled, right? So it's not as if it's going on a dump or in a skip. It's being properly dismantled and it's going back into something that could be that all in precious metals, all of the cases. It's all going to be scrapped. It'll probably be refined down, remelted, and it'll be used on something else. Yeah, you need a lot of hot glue to reassemble in 5mm bits. I was just going to say 5mm because that fucking machine is a beast. Just strip it down to 5mm. It's literally, you're looking like that. You're thinking, not even that. It's ridiculous. That's so powerful, that machine, to do 5mm. Yeah. Yeah, you won't want to put it this way. You won't want to put your hands in it. You'd lose your hand. Literally, look. Hand versus a 5mm shredding machine. Yeah, it gets it done in the UK, or is it stripped down to China? Well, all the material once the machine does what it has to do. Obviously, there's not going to be much left on it after 5mm. You're not going to. As what I said, not even Mr. Worms can come back and that saying I can fix that with hot glue. No, I'm afraid you're not. You can't. That is not fixable. That is why it does make sense to have a big, powerful machine like that to disassemble that properly. Obviously, once you stripped it all down. So even Mr. Worms is out in front of that front. Not even the hot glue would be able to fix 5mm, regardless of how hot glue is. That does make me laugh, though. Wow, and I thought it was all done. It was all done in China. Well, a lot of them, everything is. I mean, like you said, all in 5mm pieces. That's once it's all shredded, right? Once it goes back into the machine, that then goes to a refinery. So you don't know what that's going to be made out of. All that metal? You think of the metal cases of the ATX cases. There'd be thousands shredded at 5mm pieces. Now that can go back into a refinery, and that can now make something else. So yeah, I'm all for that. Actually, that does make sense, and it's big business. Like you said, it is really good business. Yeah, there's a lot that gets sent to China. But that's the dodgy dealers genuine license that can only be done in the UK. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Mr. Pico, and I am actually really surprised. I don't think there's enough on the recycling side in the UK. You think of the amount of recycling that goes on. Most of all of the e-waste gets shipped. It goes on barges and gets sent to places like Africa, India, and they end up doing the most dirtiest jobs. And I've watched these documentaries. I've had this conversation before. I've watched them, and they've done the recycling, and it's not good because they're using kids to do all the dangerous work. And the big fat cats are saying, well, they've done all the dangerous work there. Like, prime example, in India, they was using kids at the age of between 7 and 8 to burn all of the copper wire with all of the, all of the shrink around it, to burn all that off to get to the copper, because there's more money in copper. But their kids have got to breathe all the toxic fumes in, which is so sad. It really is. But that's what it's like. And the UK, I personally think there's not enough recycling centres at the end of it. You've got tips that have actually that you send it to, but you don't know where that goes after. And there's not that many in the UK. I've not known that many in the UK that's properly recycled to do what you do. So, it is good to actually see that, because, like I said earlier on, it's just that most of that stuff will go on a barge, all that e-waste will get sent abroad at the end of it, and someone else will pocket it from it. So why not the UK? And it's done properly. It's not done illegally. Yeah, there's more than you realise. It's between 50 and 100 tonnes each month. Wow, that's a lot, isn't it? I mean, that's 50 to 100 tonnes. That's really shifting. That's really shifting quite a lot there. God, they're buggers to get these back on. Yeah, I've got to go to the tip now and come home with more stuff. That's what Christopher's done. He's thinking, yeah, that's it. Oh, no. Literally, but you can't take nothing from a tip. If you try to say I wanted a bit of hose pipe for, what did I want? A bit of hose for my dishwasher. Just wanted to extend it by that much. No, can't touch it. You're not allowed to touch that, sir. Yeah, I wondered why at the end of it. Whee! No loose bits. She's back. Don't even know she bloody managed it. It is nice to just see it all being properly recycled, but 5mm at that front. Yeah, I think that's a great comeback on that front. Yeah, I used to go to the tip and come home with more stuff than what it was on that front. Yeah. Well, you do. That was back in the early days. You used to do that. Yeah. You just have to ask. And then they let you take stuff. No cameras. Yeah, wow. We process everything from computers to wash. Oh, you even take wash machines. Oh, I thought it was. So you take wash machines to air fryers. Well, I didn't know that, sir. I honestly thought it was all PC stuff. Wow. That's a big fancy one you've got there. No, we're not. No, not married. Who's screwing that up? No, I'm not. So don't worry, Charles. I'm not screwing it up. There was a screw floating around inside it. I took it off because it needed a clean. Then when I picked it up, I thought, what's that? I could hear something rattling. A screw fell out. I don't even know how it even got in there. This sits up on my pride of joy with all my stuff. So I had to take it apart. Obviously, I'm glad I didn't boot that up. That was inside the bloody board. Oh, right, no, okay. no, don't trust me. I don't really want to balls up me 500 on that front. But it was just dusty because she's been sitting up there for close to a year. It was dusty and it was all like black flaky paint everywhere. Obviously, I was trying to do the watch. She's done there anyway. Put your balls up this time. I like that. Put your balls up this. No, I haven't. Trust me. I try not to. Now I've dunked this in IPA, right? So it's been sitting for a little while. So I'll have to pour that back into the bottle. Yeah, I didn't know that, Mr. Peaker. I only thought you only took computers. So you actually take other stuff like wash machines and other bits and pieces, microwaves and things like that. So you're by the sounds of it, you're a proper recycling centre. So you literally do recycle literally everything to a certain degree. Yeah, anything that has a plug in it or a battery. Wow. Oh yeah. So what happens to the batteries then? So because obviously batteries are really dangerous on that front. What do you take? Car batteries. What about normal of these type of batteries? The lithium batteries. I mean, these things, people can't recycle these properly. The common household AA batteries at the end of it. Car batteries, lorry batteries, things like that. Obviously, even a watch battery or mobile phones, things like that. How do you recycle them? I find it fascinating. I do. I really find it fascinating. No, batteries. The batteries are all recycled, and yes, they can refine them from the mid. Really? Wow. So they can even refine from the common battery itself. So they handle right to the right up to the forklift truck as the batteries is. You really surprised me, sir. I honestly didn't think they would. I obviously didn't think they even recycled the batteries. Bloody hell. Ain't that dangerous, no? Because like you said, if a battery's pierced, they can catch fire. Obviously, regardless to what. Yeah, we have a forklift We have forklift batteries. Fucking talking about batteries. This fucking battery is. This is a really good little blower, but it's really got a problem with this battery. It don't seem to last. It's like it's really weighty. It's got a really good feel quality to it, but the bloody battery's useless in it. It's like it goes flat very quickly. I do like this one. It's a really good little blower. It's got a good chunky feel to it. Looks like a glue gun. Right, let me go and plug this in. Battery's gone flat again. Go with them, guys. Sorry guys, just had to go for a quick Jimmy Riddle. It's all that water. Must have been all that IPA, it's gone right through me. Can't believe there was a screw in that bloody Amiga. That's unbelievable. Yeah, it's fun to watch. What's this? Yeah, just looked up 60. Oh no. Who's talking about 60 volts? I don't. That's got to be. It's got to be Carrefour, surely. Yeah, just looked up 60 volt and it blew more then. It was fun to watch. Oh, what, the Christmas tree? Are we talking about the Christmas? Yeah, that was actually really quite funny. 1,000 volts, 1,000 amps makes a mess of a spanner. Jesus. Oh, the blower. All right, yeah. Just literally just took it up. Yeah, that. I don't know why the battery keeps going flat. I don't know. It's literally. This works. I know this is a good battery because I put a brand new one in. Do you know what? I'll say one thing. Since I've got all of these from AliExpress at the end of the day, all I can say is these are fantastic meters. Don't waste your money on these fancy, electric ones, especially on there. These are good, really good quality. The Link T's, obviously, much more advanced than all these, but they don't read crap. And what did I end up doing? Thanks to Mr. Pico, recommended the same ones of what he's got. They end up being the bloody best ones. Minus 2.9. Obviously, because I had that the wrong way round. Put it the right way. 2.9 battery. So that's lost. That battery was at 3.1. So that battery's lost nearly like just over an amp of its life of the bloody battery. Unbelievable. Obviously this one's got light detection and cable detection on it. Really good. I really like these little meters. I really recommend it. Obviously Mr. NK himself, with that we was watching on his channel. I was in a vet's obviously with a dasher and I couldn't get a signal properly. It was just bobbing in and out. In the end I just turned it off. And yeah, he's multimeter, not multimeter, he's soldering iron. Oh, I know what I would have done with that. That would have gone straight out the window. Just, so now he needs a really new, yeah, the Unit T. Michael, thanks for popping on, my friend. So yeah, you did ask when was you streaming. I wasn't going to do a stream. Obviously, I was trying to sort the watch out. And there was a couple of other bits, but while we're waiting for that to charge up, I want to have a look at my reel-to-reel, because for the love of God, it's not powering up. I have not got no power to it. Hang on, where's this screw come from? See what I mean? I take screws out of things, I always end up with a screw more than what I'm thinking. Hang on a minute. Yeah, I'm glad you did. I was doing a bit of tidying up, so I'm doing some small fixes on my OBS. Oh, don't even get me started with OBS. It's all right when it runs, but all I say to you, my friend, is you're going to run into a few problems with OBS on that front. You really will run into issues. I mean, look at Andy earlier on. I don't know what he unplugged, and it was working because the internet was working, but for some reason, the chat, obviously camera froze, he was just getting the old spinning motion going. Absolutely, yeah, it weren't, this is a prime example. It's rather internet issue or an OBS issue. Or, if that ain't bad enough, it's got to be Windows trying to do updates while you're trying to stream. Yeah, one of them. Yeah, it was the Ethernet cable, right. Mr. Swindon, sir, did your football team win? Actually, what's the time? 6:24. Yeah, OBS is giving fits today, so I'm trying to see what I mean. What did I say, Mr. Pico, sir? Yeah, kick off at 7:40. Oh, right, okay, kick off at 7:45. So you've got a little while yet at front. So, obviously, I've got to have a look at this at some point. my little handheld game, but for some reason that ain't working. It ain't displaying properly. So now I've got some decent multimeters. Actually, before I do that, let me do this, because now I've got some decent multimeters involved, which I didn't have before, but now I've got literally 3 new multimeters and an ESR reader. I can now test this properly, which I did really want to sort out, because this is the one I had to do a repair at the side, because it had some muppet ended up drilling a big hole and bypassing it to the batteries, which is not recommended, not in these old Coleco games. So now I've got some decent multimeters. That will help me quite massively. I think I'll put the screws in. If I remember correctly, I'll put the screws inside this. .745 kickoff. So if anyone's watching the Swindon game, that is the kickoff time. Right, I might have to take the ball off this if I remember correctly. Oh, I might not have to. I could actually just leave it on. I could just nip it to the side there. Be alright. Yeah, that's right. I used a bit of resin. That's the stuff that Mr. Pico recommended. Look at the old flux on here. This is the old Rev A version. Bloody Nora. 1982 from ColecoVision on this front. 82. So, obviously, the way this was all sorted up, I marked it all. I did actually mark it all, because I took this off. But now I've got a decent multimeter. I can now hopefully test what's going on, because it wasn't displaying. But I've even got an ESR reader, so that does help. Oh yeah, talk about ESR meter read. Mr. Swindon, did you order your ESR your reader, sir? This one here. Did you order one? I meant to ask you in the chat. Went out my head. Completely went out my head. No. Oh right. Well, that's well, let's put that short and sweet. Oh no. That's it. Scew. Yeah, I'll keep. Yes, Pico. Some interesting things tomorrow. Yes. So Mr. Swindon's obviously a bit mad today, Mr. Swindon. It's funny, isn't it? How work goes. Sometimes you'll have no work for a couple of days. All of a sudden, everyone rings you up saying, "Oh, can you repair this? Can you repair?" Fuck me. Hang on a minute. Now all of a sudden you've got about 20 repairs coming in all at once. Slushy machine. Well, we now know where to go. We can just pop round to Mr. Swindon's once he repairs the slushy machine. You can be issuing out free slushies. So you can imagine, you'd have to charge them. Yeah, you still have to charge them for a slushy. Yeah, you still need to reply to people. Yeah. So the issue that I did want to test is, we've got some. Oh, I know where that was, because of this. Because that's right, this was broken from the left side of the stick. Oh yeah, actually I forgot all about that. I did it because I did have a look at this, didn't I? And I went, it was broken right across. Yeah, by the time I remember today, you'll end up finishing it and it looks it. Yeah, I'll put a picture of the big screen in the warehouse tomorrow then. Yeah. Yeah, I still need to reply. You still, Mr. Pico, sir, do you still leave that diesel heater running? They're good, them Chinese diesel heaters, I'm telling you, they're really good. Totally recommend. The ESR, yes, it was this one, Mr. Hotcows. The Peak Atlas on these phones. Yeah, it's non-stop. Oh, that's nice. Stop spamming the arts. Oh, no, it's alright, you can carry on. Obviously, yeah, the ESR, yeah, the Peak ones, they are very good. They're not cheap. Yeah, this obviously was close to nearly a ton on that front, but they're worth it. Yeah, what did this actually cost me, sir? Exactly. I'll show you. I'll show you exactly how much that will cost. If I haven't my phone up, it'll just make it bigger. So if I go into purchases, obviously I've had to order a load more caps. I'm still waiting for some things. I'm waiting for a signal, a function. I'm still waiting for a signal generator for obviously for me oscilloscope. I'm still waiting for the 2K pots for the record player, which is still not turned up. I'm still waiting for the thermal imaging cam. That's not turned. It's still not turned up. Yeah, in total, I think, what did I pay? About 100 and I think I paid about 103. It's £100 and 50 pence. But I had a little bit of a discount. It took it down a little bit. But in total, it ended up costing 103.50 in total. So on that front, so yeah, pretty good on these ESR meters. And they do read really well. Yeah, it costs about 103. Yeah, but I think they're good meters. These are obviously you can do a test on these. So obviously, and you can take these off as well. So these do come off. They're bananas, very small banana jacks on that front. So basically, you testing, and then it sort of like comes up, but you can actually analyze. And then it should tell you. If you hold the test button, you then bring up an option that and then you can say yes or no at the end of the day. So you got that sands on and things like that. So component probe, look, composite probe on yes. So you put yes. Press press short probes and then press test. And it's got OK. So it actually does test it. And then what it does, it brings your ESR right down. I mean, obviously it's reading in part of the circuit, but these are really, really good for reading in at the end of the day. But let's say you calibrate them, they're really straightforward and that. But yeah, small. Don't get, yeah, they are very small. The only downside is don't give you a big lead with these things. Obviously, and like you said, you can take the probes. There's no plus or minus on these. It doesn't matter which way you read the capacitor. It reads it. You know, I've got promise. There's a capacitor here. Look, I'm gonna show you. So we'll put one probe. We'll put one leg on one, and they are pretty good. You can read in circuit with these. So obviously, I'm gonna. Oh. You don't have to press anything, and then it reads it in circuit. So it tells you the capacitance and gives you the ESR reading at the end of the day. And if you leave it, it just turns itself off. So yeah, these are great little tools to have, and it makes your job a lot easier when you're trying to read. Obviously, don't get me wrong, multimeters can give you the capacitance, but it won't give you the ESR. So bear that in mind with most multimeters. At the end of it, and the ones that I got from there are fantastic. I tend that big and this one, I tend to find that these are great. I like this one because this one does auto cable detection as well, so it even indicates that if you've got a break in a cable, so you just scan it and then you basically it will tell you if the cable's live or not. And then if there was a problem with the cable, this will detect it because it shows up in red. And on that front, so I do like that. Yeah, I think that's a great little tool. Yeah, the Peak family are a family to run business, so they have problems with they're always happy to help. That's probably why they got a great customer feedback. DJC, they really have great feedback on them. They are when I checked, they got a 5-star out of a 5-star rating. There's not one bad review on them. But as you said, they're a family business, so they have got a range of them. Some of them read other components. That one only does capacitor. Yeah, and this one being the gold, this has been a few years old, but these are actually quite good because this one, so obviously, it can read a higher value. They do give you a book, which is here. It comes with this book, Atlas ESR Gold. Yeah, they sent him to part for fix. So yeah, basically, and then what it does, it tells you the ESR readings. So this gives you like a chart, right, on the appendix. So this is like an appendix. So it's basically like a rough guide of what it should read and the like a value, like a 300 cat. It says note 1, but it's also they give you this chart as well, which I've already got one of them, which is behind. I've already had that chart ages ago. You can download that chart. It's actually on the it's on the computer. I'll go, if anyone's interested, I'll put the link up on that front. But it actually gives you the same thing. It just gives you an indication. It's a rough guide. It's not an accurate guide. It's just a rough guide. It's what the caps should read at and what the ESR reading should be. The end of it. I think it's just a nice little touch. But again, all come with it with the machine. Oh no, bloody Bronson's awake now. He was asleep a minute ago. Now he's awake. You big goofer. Yeah, it's too late. He's he sounds like Bronson's up. He is. Now don't start, Bronzy. Now don't start. Daddy's trying to do work. I know what he wants. He always wants food. Always wants bloody food. He's had his sandwiches. He's had his sarnies. That big gopher. Hang on, guys. Let me get him a bloody chew, for God's sake. He wants... Yeah, I know what he wants, Mr. Peaky. He wants bloody food. I know. I'll get him a chew. You can have a chew. Every time I try and do something, he badgers me. He's always badgering me. Oh, get off my foot, you big goofer. Right, now obviously today we've got some chicken. We've got some puffed chicken sticks. The length of them, look. These things. Give him a Furby. he won't eat the Furby. Look, I'll give him the Furby. Yeah, I'll eat that. No, he don't want the Furby. He wants his sticks. Oh, alright, well you take that one then. Fucking too late. Fucking, mate, he's munched that, mate. That's on the floor. There's not much left. He bites them in half. These bloody things are massive. Look at the length of them. Seriously, I'm not joking. They're rock hard. You can't even. I'm not joking. You can't even bend them. Oh, yeah, that one's just broke. He chews them up, right? He chews them up like cucumber. Right, it literally don't. Half of that's gone already. It's gone, completely gone. You can just see how tough these are, right? And he chews them like nothing. I'm not joking. You won't want to put your hand in his mouth. The trouble with these mastiffs, their jaw bite is colossal. Oh, look at him, fucking chew. It sounds like celery. I'm not joking. It sounds like celery. He's putting him in. That's gone. That's it. He's finished it. There's nothing left. He ain't having enough. You better not glue me up, Bronson. I already got enough glue over me today. He's always gluing me up. Right, that's it. Go and get a drink. No, he's not having the other one. He wants the other bloody stick. He always wants the other stick. He knows when there's one left. No, he does, because he keeps coming back. And he'll keep coming back and nudging me. Yeah, he has to squeeze. Well, believe it or not, they didn't want him. He was going to be euthanised. They was going to put him down at 2 years old. at the end of it. Obviously, I've just lost my Rotties due to their old age. At the end of it, how old is he? He's 3, and he's full pedigree, but they didn't want him. So obviously they said if we can't find him a home, we're going to take him down and get him euthanised, put him down. No one don't want him, and that. And I didn't really want to get another dog. I just didn't really want to get another. Dogs do tie you in, and I do love animals. And the next minute, before I even said, I said I didn't really want to get another dog, they're knocking at the door with his lead and paperwork. They went, here, take him. At the end of the day, we don't want him. They was worried about their grandkids. He's fine with kids. It was just an excuse. Unbelievable. It's no kidding that Bronson's had the sweet face. No one wanted him. Yeah, but no one don't want these big cane coursers. The trouble is, the breed of the Mastiffs are the same breed as the XLs. And I'm afraid to say they have got a bit of a reputation. But not all dogs, it's just the way. Remember, he was isolated, shut in a coal cupboard. Literally just shut in a coal cupboard. Because they couldn't handle him. Well, I'm not surprised. The poor dog's had a solitude life. Obviously, shut in a coal cupboard. Obviously, like that. And it's literally unbelievable. Oh, that's the machine. It'll shut itself down. Yeah, it's a shame really that people really shouldn't have animals. They really shouldn't. If you can't, they all. I think what it is, they have them as a pup, and then they realise they're thinking, oh yeah, he's got a bit too much. At the end of the day, he's a big, powerful breed. You can't wonder at it. And they're not cheap. You try and buy a cane corso, you'll be looking at roughly between £700 and £1,200 all day long. He's staring at the last one. He'll keep coming back, bless him. And he ain't overweight. He gets treated really well. He's really grown on me. I really weren't gonna. I've always had big breed dogs, but I've never had issues where he looks scary. He barks loud, at the end of the day. But it's just the way he is. I mean, they've definitely named him well. Bronson. He's on his papers. His name is Charles Bronson, named after the nutter. Well, I can't wonder at it. It's just the way he is. But he has quietened down a hell of a lot since he's been with me. That's why I always keep my name Chill and Relax. I'm a chilled out person. So he loves it. He's really took pride to that, to be honest. Yeah, I bet he's definitely staring at the last one that he thinks he's going to get, and he obviously, come here, sit down, Bronzy. No, oh yeah, a dog that does as he's told. I like to say. He does. He's always eats up, just whacking me that big goofy arm. Look at him. The trouble is, he glues me up. I get all that glue off him. He bubbles and he glues. So yeah, you do get you have to save him, that dog chew. Dog chew. So yeah, obviously Mr. Bronze he's one of those type of breeds that is trouble. he just gives me a look. He think, yeah, well I've had that. I want another one. Right, let's get back into the sweet piece. So first thing I need to do is put some batteries back into this and find out what's going on, and then see if we can I might be able to take that out, wouldn't I? I think I might be able to. Let me just whip this out for a minute. He does make me laugh though. Obviously he's a really good guard dog. Yeah, he needs his camera. I think he'll eat it. He eats everything else. Yeah, but we our old English Mastiff. He's 10 next week. Bloody hell, it's a fantastic dog. He's still full of beans. Oh, it's like you said, the people misjudge them. I really wish, you know, like you said, animals don't live long. They don't live like humans at the end of the day. And except for gorillas and elephants. Elephants live up to about 80 years, don't they? Certain mammals will live quite long. Chimpanzees, they can live up to anywhere from 60 years. They've lived just as long as humans, chimpanzees. Elephants can live up to about 80 years. So there's not many of the animal market can actually live human age. Silverback gorillas, I know they can reach anywhere between 70 and 80 years as well. Just as much as that's right. So this is what I wanted to get to. So the good aspect is now I can try the ESR meter. I'm going to just quickly probe and see if this puts this in diode mode. And we can test the diodes now, and I can test the capacitors. 1.8 nanofarad. Is that a nanofarad or microfarad? Oh, it's reading in circuit. 35. Right, okay. We'll read that. We'll read it with the meter and see what's coming up. There, that's reading in circuit. Right, okay. We'll put it back into diode mode. I'll leave it on auto and just read some of these diodes. So we've got AC, so we can do 1.2, 28, 33, so they are reading good. So we got the ECB, 40, 43. So we're going to do the same one again. So we're going to go one into the other. 2.6, 2.2. That's right. So same thing again. 1.1. They should read one way but not the other. This one don't for some reason. Let me read some of your messages. Sorry guys, I was just testing them in circuit, just see if they was just getting any meter readings. Yeah, tortoise. Yeah, tortoises and certain parrots. Yeah, I forgot about tortoises. They live up to 100 years, don't they? Some even longer. Actually, they're declining in the world. There's not that many now. With that. Yes, yeah, Dave Slobbers everywhere. Yes, DJC, I can vouch for that, sir. These cane courses bubble and glue you up everywhere. That front. Oh, Rick's in the house. I lost mine. Dave's unbranded. Totally made it. It's treated like a baby. Yeah, I can imagine. Obviously, they're like a big soft kid. Really, like you just want to give them a cuddle all day. At the end of the day, yeah, they are lovely. Yeah, I'm gonna pop off for a bit and pop out to the shops, and I'll catch you guys in a bit. No worries, Mr. Pico, sir. See you in a bit. Thank you. Now, obviously, I can't repair this one because this side of the trace for the right side is completely missing because we're supposed to have one of these on here. but I did want to do a quick test on that tester. That's what I said about multimeters are really good. Obviously, that other one's a pile of crap. I won't waste my money on that. So, 56. Yeah, these should only read one way, which it does. It does read one way because it's not reading in any of them. So these, like you said, this must be the plus side, because if I reverse it, we get nothing, which we do. So I know these components are reading, which is cool. Obviously diodes read one way as well, if I remember correctly. The black pin is the negative. I like this auto range one. This one's really, this is a really good little meter, and that other one as well. That's a really good meter. 167 resistors. It doesn't matter with resistors. 33, but these could be reading in circuit. I just wanted to test half of these, these diodes. See, one of these diodes ain't shorted out, and these transistors, because these transistors can normally go bad as well. But no, the transistors are reading fine, because it's reading stuff in circuit. So I just wondered why. Oh, there's another diode here. Let me just quickly test that diode. 22, fine. Oh, there's a couple more diodes here. 43. Any more diodes? Oh, that's a ceramic capacitor. I'm sure we can test ceramics. 44. There's not much on this board, to be honest. It's really not a lot on here. So everything. There's another one of these. I didn't see one of these. Quickly read this one. 43. That's right, that shouldn't. These transistors, they should only read really one way. Yeah, which it is, because if I tried reading it from the top to there, it won't read it. Like all these transistors, these ECBs. Obviously this is a TR4. We had the issues of these TR4s. If I remember correctly, these TR4s are transistors are notorious from going bad at the end of the day. But no, they're fine. So I wonder what's causing the issue of this. So I'll put some batteries in, and I'm going to see, because this wasn't powering up properly. It was obviously causing an issue. Right, hi Rick. Rick, yeah, I lost my Dane over 26 years ago, and I couldn't really get over him. Yeah, I haven't got a dog now. Yeah, that's the only thing with big bone dogs, Rick. It is that I lost both of my. I had Rotties, due to lumps everywhere, and you know where that goes. It's horrible. That's why I wasn't going to get another dog. Yeah, probably selfish now, but I don't really want to go through that big and again. Yeah, do you know what, Mr. Worms? I totally agree. You know, you do, because it's heartbreaking. I can't go in there and say goodbye. It's obviously just too heartbreaking to actually, see. You have to say goodbye to your loved ones. It's really. I think it's more harder for pets because they're more great companion, and it really is. Let me grab some. What are they? Are they the big ones? Oh, medium-sized ones. No, in a medium size. Crying out loud. Right, okay, I think I've got some in. There's some sitting over there. Is this one alright? Can I use this one? Yeah, fine. So another 3 batteries. Let me grab another 3 batteries. Oh look. Where is all my batteries? I did have all my bloody batteries set up. PH. No chance. Monson, where's all my batteries set up, boy? I did have all my batteries set up. Quarter to 7. Kick off 7:45. 7:45. Bloody hell, I don't even know what I've done with all my batteries. Fucking hell, I had stacks of them. Now I can't find them. I'll tidy every put them away and then oh, for crying out loud. Look, got bloody look. Didn't even know I had this round there the other day. Fucking brand new Maxwell multi CD DVD writer. At the end of it. Obviously, 8 times. Okay, it goes to show how look. Fucking Mac OS team. All the way up to Windows 7. Goes to show this is a prime example of saying about stuff being vintage at the end of the day. Windows 7, who uses Windows 7? There's not many people who've got Windows 7 still strapped on their stuff. Bird's eye view. Da-da-da-da. 1942. I have folded the shoe. But I'll put them bloody batteries down. I know I have. I've just put them down. Where's my torch? So I can see better with my torch. So, give me 1 minute, guys, because literally I've had a tidy up in here. Obviously, stack things. Push. Oh, you know, here's the casing for that. Yeah, what's that doing down here? Well, I found a case for it. That's filled down the back. Prime example. I'm not going to open that, it's still sealed up. In 1942, invented the shoe. Where did I put? Xbox controllers. Oh, do you know what? That's frigging annoying. What I might have to do, because I can't. I'll put them away, obviously. I didn't put them under there, won't I can't move around here. Got bloody multimeters everywhere. I held. What's that? held in the room, was watching my dog watch my pass away. So, on one in my lifetime, now another, but to keep an eye on the company. But yeah, that's got to be, that's horrible. That is, it really is horrible. I think about her every day. I do. I mean, you do think about your love. You do definitely think about your animals. One thing I could say about the UK, people are an animal nation. They love their animals. Obviously, you're great owners. Yeah, large breeds are obviously. It is true. Large breeds, but it doesn't matter what type of breed of animal you got. It feels like you've just lost someone so dear to your life. It's unreal. It's obviously not the easiest when you lose something, even like losing a family or a friend or something. That's the annoying thing. It's part of life, and it's horrible. Oh, we're off with the bloody fireworks. Are they for real? Fucking fireworks? Seriously? That's another thing animals hate. Well, it sort of partly works. Did put the battery in it, but I'll clean it with IPA. IPA is a good cleaner at the end of the day. And she's working again. I'll keep an eye on it, right? I'll set the time, right? I'll set the time on it. What's the time now? 7:02, right? I'm going to set the time for 7:02. It just might have been a bit of muck inside it. Yeah, it seems a bit slow on the seconds. When I've just looked on this, it seems like it's not ticking quick enough. So that would indicate. Would that indicate that the crystal is obviously gone bad or something? Because there's not much in watches. That's just ticking really, really slowly. That's going to put that behind. So I'm going to set that. It's set at 7. I'll keep an eye on it. I might have to just keep that on there. We'll come back to that in a minute. Fixed, chill. Can you see Dave's unbranded posts? Right. Give me 1 minute, my friend. Let me have a quick look. No, I can't see Dave's unbranded posts. Dave's unbranded. He's not even on here, is he? Do you mean on Discord, my friend? Oh, no, he's not even on here. Dave Unbranded's not coming up. No. Yeah, he's been here for a while. No, it's not even coming up. What? Seriously? Are you on Top Chat? Oh, fuck me, yeah, sorry guys. Yeah, live chat, there we go. Right, let's put it on live chat. Right, I've got Rick's. Let's go back. Dave's Unbranded. Got Michaels. Sean Conway. Got Sean on there. DJC. No. Dave's Unbranded is still not coming up. What? Seriously? He's not coming up on here. No, I see him. Well, that's weird. What? Oh, don't tell me he's fucking... It's not OBS. That's not OBS causing that. That's YouTube. That's weird. It's not even coming up. He ain't blocked. No one's blocked. I've not blocked one person in my chat. So Dave's Unbranded really should be on there. Oh, he's here though. You guys messing with me, seriously. you are really, obviously. No, I've had 8 people blocked, and I've not even blocked any. What? Worms, how the bloody hell has that happened? No, seriously. There he is. He's here. Well, he's not showing up in the chat. Dinner time, blah blah. Oh right. No, he's not showing up. Where did you see him? He's blocked anyone? Do you see if you've blocked anyone anymore, Worms? Yeah, Mr. Worms, how have you got 8 blocked in if you've not blocked anyone? How's that worked? Obviously, the only way YouTube ties in is with your account. So whoever you're with, I mean, I'm with Gmail, so I've tied my Gmail account's tied in with YouTube. Right, accounts. Right, account servers, Squish. Right, so Squishy Worms. So it says go into your Google account. Right, hold up a minute, because I don't want to give both right. Block users. Yeah, no. Block users. Nothing. Block users is no one. No one in my account. No users, company blocked. I've not blocked one person. How the friggin' hell has that worked? So, yeah, I've put a link in the... Yeah, thanks, Mr. Worms. But, yeah, no one. Obviously, that'll turn off in a minute. It's bleeping because it's not being used. Yeah, no one on there, my friend. It's tied into my Gmail account. No. That's weird. If Dave's Unbranded's on there, maybe it's Dave. It's got to be. It's got to be on there. If Dave's obviously got an issue on there, he might have put it into a private mode, which I didn't. I put mine public. If it's private, then no one won't see it. And it's a different browser. Well, I use my... Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that could actually have a big part of that. Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? It's not showing up. I can only put that down to it's on private, or it's like you said, it's obviously not a setting or something, because I'm seeing everyone else. Let's just get a drop of water, guys, before I do that. God, man, like Dandy's flip-flop. Guys, I got these out of Asda's today. They was doing these for £1. I've got them all. So I've got Berry Blast, and these are spring water ones, because I love all these, like, boss name ones. Refresh your screen, and the posts have gone. How do I do that? Yeah, refresh your screen, and the posts have gone. What? Oh, don't tell me it's OBS screwing up again. That wouldn't surprise me. Oh, fuck me, that's strong in cherries. Oh, it's nice though. It's actually really subtle. Who makes this company? Rubicon. Rubicon makes these ones. Didn't they make the capacitors, Rubicon? I'm sure they did. Well, that's weird, isn't it? Dave's Unbranded, he's not showing up. Everyone else. Yeah, that's weird. See how screwed up things are? Let me just test these caps a minute. Just want to post these. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, seriously, I ain't got a Scooby. What's going on there? I haven't. It's saying that's 1.12 UF at 16 ohms. ESR. That's quite high for an ESR reading. That's more like 6.18. So what are these caps reading at? Let's have a quick read of these caps. Where's that thing? Hold up, guys. Yeah, you're drinking capacitor liquid. You're drinking, I'm literally, yeah, Rubicons. No, Worms, I'm not making it up. It's called Rubicons on there. Look, Rubicon twist. They got loads of them. I got them out of Tesco's. There was only £1. Not Tesco's, Asda's. Come out the Tesco. Fucking, that's brilliant. Yeah, you're drinking liquid. You're drinking liquid capacitor. Yeah, that happened to me in the past. Yeah, that's weird. I've not banned anyone. Yeah, you can't tell if anyone is banned now. I mean, obviously, you just see these guys. I've not banned one. I don't ban people. I don't put people in the banned list. Fucking meter's turned off quick. Yeah, click on your name next to it, and it would normally remove any messages that you want that you've opened into the shadow ban. That's weird. Seriously, I've never seen anything like it. So what are these caps rated at? Fuck me, I can't even read the caps. 4 points. So these are 4.7s. So let me read the 4.7. See if that reading in circuit. Well, 4.7. So 6.18 UF is reading in circuit, because obviously there's a resist. There's obviously a resistor there. What's this one reading at? What does this read at? Fucking don't even tell you. Good. These bloody cheap capacitors. Well, it don't even say. It just says 50 at 1. So what are these? 1,000? Gotta be. .14, but the ESR reading is really high on these. They're 14.4 in the ESR reading. Jesus, that's really quite high. I think the caps could have failed. I can't wonder at it. ESR reading on that again at 1, so the caps reading fine, and that's in circuit, and it's not mucking about. You can actually see it. It's reading at the ohms on that. ESR reading is registering at 13.2. They're really high in reading. So even this one, this cap, that's actually quite low. ESR reading on that's 2.3. So these caps are reading really high readings. So what's this should be reading at? 22? 22. So that should register at 22 on the year. Let's have a look, see on the ESR reading. .27 ESR reading at 1.23. That's fine. So what's this capacitor? 50 volts. Right, okay. So let's have a quick read, see what this is. It can't read this capacitor. Oh, this is not good. If you can't read them, I've had this before. No, it does. 10 at 0.98. That's actually a good cap. That cap's virtually been used. So ESR reading on that is actually fantastic. It's the lowest I've seen yet. These three are really high readings in ESR. Not great. Obviously, you don't want your ESR registering at 14 or something. Shouldn't be registering that high. One of these caps are just crap. I'm not surprised. They're probably Wang or something. Yeah, it's reading the right value, but the ESR rating's at 14. Obviously, not the greatest on the readings on that. So the caps might be changing. Yeah, but he can't. Yeah, you might be able. Yeah, what's this? Yeah, you might be able to if you've modded it. Modded it. Yeah, but you can't see what you're doing though, so don't know if you've. You cannot see him. You cannot see it. Mod it. So yeah, obviously these three, even though they're reading true value, ESR reading are off the chart between 12 and 14.4, which is clearly you can see on here. ESR readings on these ones are 2.8 and 0.14. So I would say these caps could have gone bad, even though they're good value, but ESR rating shouldn't. If the rating's too high on these, it'll act like a short. Not surprised the way it's going, but obviously I'll have to inject some voltage into this. Let's put this on. Let's switch her on for a minute. ESI is too high for them, I'm sure. 14. Yeah, there's two high worms. It's not. They shouldn't be that high. It's the same on the output circuit. Well, I'm not going to inject 60 volts into it. Obviously, switch this on. Let me go into. Pause it. That tells you in the temperature. So I'm going to switch her over to, what is it, 5, about 5 volts, 1 amp. That'd do. Yeah, well, I can see you, Dave's. Yeah, Dave's not showing up. Dave's not showing up in the thing. Is Dave Unbranded subscribed? Actually, hold up a minute, guys. Let me just have a quick look for a minute. Right. Let's have a quick look to see if because the bot's still not switched. See, I've got an issue again with OBS. Fucking OBS. I feel like putting my boot right through it half the time. Obviously, streamer bot's not enabled, which I told it to. They're saying there's an update available. Oh, great. It's connected 3 of 3. Right, okay. So streamer bot's now enabled, which it wasn't earlier on. But Dave's not showing up. That is weird. Sorry, Dave. Obviously, you're not blocking him, mate. He's just not showing up. If you are in the chat, if you're all saying Dave's in the chat and he's not showing up, I don't know what the heck is going on there then. Yeah, he is here. How bizarre. YouTube, Squish, Worm Users. Yeah, you sure you've got 14 himself and it's the same out of circuit? Can you see your Dave's? I can see DJC. It's just that Dave's unbranded, he's just not showing up. And he's not even on the block. No, I've never blocked no one. Fucking size of these clamps. Jesus, you might want to get one of these on you, on the side of it. Right. Let me just adjust that switcher on. Nope, she's still not powering up properly. So the issue we end up having, you can actually see, like, you can actually see, I've just got that. So, which is weird. So, and was she actually pulling in wattage when I turn her on? We're actually pulling, well, it did do. Give her the field test, see what's getting warm. That's why I want my thermal camera, really. One of these components I've found. Now this is warming up. Not like barely touching. I can hear a noise coming from it. It's only at 5 volts at 1 amp at the end of the day. It's what's it pulling? It's pulling 2.84 watts of power. It's fluctuating. It's pulling 4.99 volts. That's weird. Yeah, you've all is Ace in? Oh, Mr. Ace is in the house. How you doing, sir? Thank you for popping in. Yeah, you must be on the retro side, coming through loud and clear. Sergio's back in. It's funny how Dave's Unbranded's not popped in though, isn't it? Pop. Yeah, you ordered one pop. Obviously, I've never... The issue that this one's end up having... That's why I'm just having a quick feel to see and have a look. That one goes off. I've got nothing, even though I'm doing voltage injection. So let me just switch this on for a minute while it's going through. I'm just going to put it in and just test some of these. Well, that don't feel right straight away. 0.8. They shouldn't be pulling that low. That don't seem right. It's pulling really low. -5. It's just that top one, it's not. When I go from leg to leg, it's actually, we're getting, you can actually, guys, you can read, watch. From one side of the leg to the other, I'm getting 0.864. If I flip it over, it's the same. So that seems a bit low to me. Like the voltage is not there. So one of this, again, these voltage regs, it's always the bloody voltage regulators that end up causing issues. This is what goes on the bloody Ataris. It just seems that's just too low. That don't seem right. I'm thinking an issue with this voltage regulator because it's not warming up. Nothing else is warming up on this board, and that would make sense because again, these voltage regulators go straight from where the power goes straight to the voltage reg. Just don't think I've got any of them voltage regulators. It's just getting a little bit toasty, and that just don't seem to be right. I mean, when I read the transistors are registering at 48, 47. It's fluctuating, right? But that sounds about right. And it's powering up. You can see it. It's trying to discharge and charge it, but I'm reading it while it's switched on. That's right. Diodes, the transistors should only read one side. That one's registering at 4. .3. So I don't know if we've, but this seems a bit low. Voltage reg. So when I read it one side, it's just too low. That should, the voltage regulator should be roughly around about between 3 and 5. 3 and 5 volts. I mean, it's not hot to the touch, but it's, you know, I know them voltage regulators get hot anyway. Obviously, we've got an emitter and a drain one. Minus. Yeah, I'm a bit suspicious with that now. So that's not getting hot. Oh, yeah, she shouldn't really be that hot. Let me turn that off, guys. That's not hot. That's getting to the point where I can't even touch it. That voltage regulator. I'm going to have a stab in the dark and say it's going to be that, like most of these voltage regulators are. Probing it, it just seems a bit low. Shouldn't be that low. It's not. I don't think there's enough voltage getting into the rest of the components. If there's a short here, then it's obviously not going to power anything else up, like the coils, transistors, or even get into the capacitor. Yeah, it might. Give it 60 volts. Pop. Well, that'll do it, Mr. Holmes. 100%. That would definitely do it. 60 volts would do it. It'll pop it back into life. It might spring back to life. I couldn't get the hot glue out. But that was getting to the point where I couldn't even touch that metal. It was getting red hot. And that near enough. If I'd have kept my finger, it took my skin off. Yeah, 5 weeks. Chris has got the wires there. Get a 5-inch out. Get the old the fire hydrant out and then blast it and give it 60 volts will definitely do it, I suppose. Well, that's not supposed to get that hot, and it's not supposed to have that reading, right? When it's getting voltage. So obviously that is being pulled down. It's just too low. It's just too low. Even with no power to it, it's registering at 43. But when it's powered on, it's pulling down to 0.8. No, yeah, it's 0.8. It's not even, that's supposed to be registering at roughly, but that's reading in circuit because there's a transistor there. So the chances are that this could have gone bad. Like, remember, they have these on them scabby Atari boards, and they are known for going pop, just losing voltage. 383. Yeah, that's obviously reading in circuit because of that, but I still think that shouldn't get that red hot when it's powered on. Boogers. Well, I won't have one of them. I'll have to order one up. So else I'll have to order up. Voltage regulators. They're always alright. It's the only thing with voltage regs. They always end up getting red hot because they're trying to regulate the voltage to the next component. Now remember, I've not touched this. So but that shouldn't have failed. That should have just gone. But then I suppose in components won't tell you, they're just foul. So it looks like I'm going to need a voltage reg for that. Well, I'll put that to one side then. Where's the screws for that? Right, okay. I'll put them screws back in there for a minute. And this. Keep that one side because I'm obviously going to need to go and get that. Is that screen damaged at the bottom right? No, that there, right. I watched a documentary about these. They have to put them in. These are vacuum sealed, Mr. Worms. Like I'll give you for instance. These are vacuum sealed. Right. If you look at there, they'll have them. They have to have them. These, if you have a look, it's got the same black spot. They'll have these. These of what they do when they put these into a glass chamber. These have to be sealed, so they're vacuum sealed. So that is one complete glass with air inside. That's what that mark is. It fuses the glass together, right? So that's a fuse point, but it's vacuum sealed and fused, and that's exactly the same with these sort of like meters there. So that's why they have to put these black dots in the corner. It stops the glass from also cracking and keeps the compression just right. So I don't know how it works, but that's the bottom line of it. It's just the way they've done it. Look, again, if you have a look, they've got a glass little bead at the bottom, but whatever you do not break the beads, because that allows air to go in and it can crack the screen. It's something to do with the gases inside it. That's my leg. That's bloody annoying. So it looks like that voltage regulator is getting freaking hot. Right, oh yeah, let me test that. Oh, the battery's come out of that. Fucking crying out loud. Right, let me put the back on this, guys. On this watch, because the battery keeps flipping out. So I want to put the back on it. I'll just put 2 screws back in. Bloody annoying though. I can't believe Dave's Unbranded is not showing up. No, he did. If I remember correctly, Dave Unbranded did come onto my stream like ages ago. So I don't quite understand why now he's not showing up. Right. That's ticking better. That's ticking a lot better. So that IPA clean might have done that, you know. That's ticking a lot faster. That was ticking really slow before. It's amazing what IPA does. It's what I love about this stuff. Right, so I'm going to do it again. 7:33. That is ticking quicker. I can see it now. 7:34. Yeah, it's gone slow again. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's gone slow again. It's definitely something wrong with the mechanism inside it. It's ticking really slow. Like the one tick, it's taking longer than what it has to. So I wonder if that crystal has gone bad. It was ticking quicker a minute ago. Ah, I think I found it. It's this that's causing the issue. If I push it all the way in, it's ticking quicker. Look, that's ticking a lot faster now. So it's this. this is causing the issue. If I push that all the way in, it's pushing it, it slows it down. Yeah, it is. If I pull it out slightly, it's gone back to normal. So it's ticking a lot quicker. So whatever the problem, this is obviously the push button, obviously it's gone right in. It's slowing the mechanism down. That's speeded up a lot quicker. I thought it might be gunk inside it. That's why I've done an IPA bar. Yeah, good work, Magic IPA. So yeah, that's the crown. Yeah, so it's the crown itself. Well, that's weird. So there is an issue with this watch, this Timex watch, because obviously this is my mum's watch, and she said, "Can you try and repair it?" She said, "I don't know what's wrong with it, but it was ticking really slow. But now, obviously, if I pull it out slightly, it's ticking normal time. It's taking seconds, where before it was lagging. It was taking a minute, nearly just to tick to the next second." So there is clearly still with an issue with the pin itself. So the pin's pushing too far in, obviously hitting the mechanism, and it's stopping it from working properly. But that's working lovely. 36. That's spot on with the time. So obviously I don't know if I'm going to have to allow that, but obviously, there's nothing really I can do on that, on the watch. If the pin's too far in, they have them pins centered, so they can only go so far in anyway. Maybe a washer is needed. The trouble is, Worms, you can't take them pins out. I've tried them before and people break them. What you're supposed to do, if it was a proper watch, there's a release mechanism like a bracket. You bend the pin out and you can pull the actual guiding pin out completely. So it can't move. Let's turn this off. Well, that's interesting with that thing. So now it looks like I'm going to have to order another voltage regulator. I must have gone through more voltage regulators more than anything else. Before I do anything now, let me sort out my C64, because I've frigging glued it so many times and it still keeps bloody breaking. It drives me up the wall. I've repaired this so many times. I hate these Atari. That's the only thing with Commodore. Obviously, you can use things like Kung Fu Flash, and I use these ones, these side to loaders. This is the fast load one, and it only takes a few seconds. And this ends up the Kung Fu Flash and the side load fast. This one here. These ones are the best cartridges. A little bit more expensive, but this one you don't need a separate power supply. It takes to 5 volts from the disc, and then it injects it straight into the actual chip itself to give it its 5 volts it needs. So hopefully that's why these are great. Really recommended. I fucking took this thing apart so many times I have lost count. But it drives me up the wall. I hate things not working properly, and that bugs me. I've repaired all the others, and I have done it all, and it always ends up being that corner. This is why I think the next investment is to get a 3D printer, because I could have 3D printed that. That's a lot. You've got to try and learn the economics of 3D printing. You've got to get these, obviously. You've got to get the measurements right. And again, what type of 3D printer do you go for? You don't want to end up wasting your money getting a mediocre one, and then you end up being crap, because you're just throwing good money away for nothing. I can't watch football. It's even paid to listen. What? Oh, they're crafty bastards, aren't they? Do you know what? That annoys me. That really does. That could be very retro. Yeah, that 3D printer could be very retro. Yeah. Well, I was thinking that, Mr. J Fix. I was obviously, Mr. Hotcows has got one. Obviously, Ace has got one. There's a few streamers that actually got 3D printers. I don't know if Rusty Russ has got one. I'm not sure. Up front. Oh, that. Do you know what, Mr. Swindon? That's bloody annoying. That is. That you've got to pay to even listen to it. Anything to get money out of you. They're not worried. They just want your money. That is literally daylight robbery. You can't even listen to it. Yeah, £2.50. There you go. Fuck. Can't. Do you know what? That to me is just that's not justifiable, isn't it? You pay enough in your TV licence, right? You can't even watch a game of footy without it costing. As if, like, you know, they get money through sponsorship already. They can actually come out. No, that's out of order, that is. And now you can understand why people end up doing illegal stuff, what they do. Because they can't even give you... Alright, if you can't watch it and it's a paid prescription service, understandable. But they at least listen to the game. You could listen to it, Sue's whilst they... But to even charge you to listen? Wow. It's why people do what they do. You can't wonder at it. Right. Now, obviously, which one was it? It was this one up here near the switch. Yeah, I glued it. It's glued. That's glued. That's glued. Well, that's not glued. Great. That's well glued. So I don't understand that. Why is that not... I've put sealant on that one. So it's got sealant on these. Let me have a quick look. I've put super glue and I've put resin. That's well glued on there. There's tiny little bit of movement. It's hardly anything. There's no movement on that one. What about on this one? Yeah, that's going to split. That one's a drop of super glue on that. Get the glue out. Don't worry, Mr. Worms, I'm getting the glue. Oh, fuck. I think the super glue's all gone hard. Ha! Oh, no. It has. That's all gone dry. I can feel it. Well, I think I might be able to squeeze a little bit out of that one and get that, obviously, let's pull that out for a minute. Black goes at the bottom. Pull that out. Let's take that out for a minute. Daylight robbery. You can't even bloody watch a game of footy. Bloody swizz. Bloody cheapskates. Just want your money. Everything wants your money. Me money now. Yeah. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to put it into this crack bit here. I'm going to fix that. Right, that's cool. This one, that's not causing me the problem. This one's not causing me the issue. Mr. Russ is in here. Nice machine. Yeah, it's a bit delayed, Rusty Russ. It's a C64, yes. A very, very vintage C64, sir. Obviously, like all C64s, like causing havoc, like they usually do. This is the old, what they call the bread bin model. Now there was, obviously you've got the Vic 20 that looks identical to this, but it'll just say Vic 20. The Vic 20s were very similar. Had the same chipset, it just wasn't so powerful. Yeah, give me money. Me money now. Me money need a lot now. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, that does make me laugh. I had a Vic 20, yeah. I didn't have a Vic 20. I'll tell you what I did have, no, Mr. Worms. I did have a... Oh, you still got it. Nice. Yeah, the... what was the one I had was the Commodore Plus 4, but it had the black screen of death. So there was a couple of chips that went down in it, in that front. Yeah, when you do you know what, Mr. Swin? When you get that saying, you know, you can't get it out of your head. You know, I think you're gonna have to add that into your command. Obviously, I've still not sorted out my bloody commands. It took me 2 days trying to sort out the shipping just to get it to Sweden. So literally, I cannot believe to get stuff to ship to Sweden. The headache I had involved. I've never had that. Never. I didn't think I was going to have a problem. I've sent loads of stuff to Australia. Never run into that. One sticker. All I had was one sticker for the customs declaration. Put that on your parcel. Done. Just to declare what's inside it. Send it to Australia. It's the other side of the bloody world. It's 10,000 kilometres at the end of the day from here to Australia. What? And to go to Sweden, that you have to fill out 5 custom forms, and there's a weight limit, a box size limit. They want to know what's inside it, and if that ain't good enough, you've got to make sure it's all wrapped up, because they can refuse to take it if it's not properly wrapped. Jesus. I didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that. Oh yeah, let's just quickly check this watch. 8:15. Well, it's saying 7:47, so it's still losing time. 7:47. No, I'll grant you that. It's coming up to 7:47. So, this pin is obviously causing the issue. At least I know the problem with it. So, but I can't fix it. But I have sort of that. Obviously, putting that in a IPA bath has obviously helped it a little bit, because there might have been a little bit of grub in there, and it wasn't doing that before. But I can't push the pin all the way in, because obviously it's just knocking against it. I'll just get her another. They're cheap enough to get them out of bloody Argos. So I'll probably just get a. Mind you saying that, how much is a cheap one out of Argos? Probably about 20-30 quid. Yeah, I think I might know the issue. Yeah, these are nearly flush. This one sticks out a little bit more. Now, I'll clamp these down. Well and truly clamp these down. But this is the one that's causing me problems. It's here. This is the one here. It won't have it. It seems to like it won't stick properly. Yeah, unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't believe Dave's Unbranded is not showing up. If Dave's still on, sorry my friend, it ain't me that's causing it. I've not blocked no one. Now if it was Si, I'd time him out. Timing me out, the little shit. Obviously, anytime Mr. Worms. Mr. Worms got timed out as well. I said, stop acting like a school teacher. You're not at class now, you know. Yeah, I can see Dave. Do you know what, J-Fix? I just don't know what's going on. It's not OBS that's causing the issue. I've not put anyone on the block list. No, just say also not like, you know, you could just about say that, yeah, just a bit. Mr. NK was in there. We was trolling a bit. Me and Worms was just trolling a bit, putting stuff in the trash. Well, why put a command if you can't use it? and we got a bit of a grilling. We got a bit of a telling off from Dave's Unbay. He was like, right, calm down now, calm down. Yeah, calm down. It was a bit like the Scousers. Yeah, calm down. I went, yeah, all right. Yes, Mum, I'll put my hand up. Yeah, be right back. Burp. Back again. Mr. Bonkels is on there. Yeah, he's just following orders. Yeah, but you don't have to be a spoil sport. We're all having fun. That's what streams are like. We're all having a bit of fun. Everyone's got their own way. I don't put no restrictions on nothing. If you can't, literally, I'm calm. You don't have to be, sir. You can jump around, act like a lunatic. It don't bother in my stream. Obviously, I don't put no command. Well, I don't give no one any commands. Actually, the only one who's a moderator in here is Mr. Pico. But Mr. Pico's as calm as a cucumber, so it don't make no difference. Obviously, Borat's in the house. I've got to set up the other. I haven't done the other commands yet. I've literally not had the time. I've literally. I'll tell you what did come in the other day, which I've got out in the balcony. A complete system of an LG 5.1 surround sound, and it's the only thing is I've not brought it in. It stinks of nicotine. It literally Borat's in. Thanks, Russ. See, this is what I love about it. You can literally Borat after Borat. You can put 500 Borats in, and I won't even. Yeah, that's it. Timed out. I don't put no timeouts in. I'm gonna do it until you get timed out. I don't. Do you know what, sir? I don't even know how to do it. So you can do as many as you want. So I'm not really bothered. So yeah, this is the reasons why. That's why I like a stream to be a stream. If you're going to muck about, then muck about. It's all in good fun. If you can't enjoy yourself, then don't be a killjoy. That's what it all boils. I think we was only messing around with Mr. MK. He was trying to do that blob to try and put that on there, and I did feel sorry for him. I really did. My heart really went out to him, and obviously. Putting the bin command in constantly, obviously it must pissed him right off because I could just see it. Obviously he did have a few drinks, so I was obviously think right, that's it. I've had enough now. It felt like a bottom entry of like Rick Mel and Adrian Edmondson. Think right, that's it. I've had enough, and that's when Mr. Psy come in and put the band on. Think right, that's it. I'm taking the command away. Me and Mr. Worms got timed out. The witch. You mean the witch? Well, I call him the school teacher. He's like a school teacher. Borat's back. Fuck me, Borat's back. Now, Russ, do you mind? I can't see what I'm doing. No, that's all right. I'll just look at the board. So, yeah. No, it's all in good fun, sir. It really is. But some killjoys, they really are. They just don't know how to live. Don't be a killjoy. Just have a bit of fun. It's all. That's what it's all about. So obviously that's that mod I've done from the chip. But I can't fucking use that bit. That bit's not causing me the headache. It's this frigging bit here. How am I gonna solve that? Do you reckon if I used a bit? Oh, Mr. Worms, what do you reckon? Bit of hot glue? Actually, that's not a bad idea. Let's get the glue gun out. Yay, the glue gun's coming out. I'm going to try a bit of hot glue. Get the glue in it. And what I might be able to do is build this up a little bit. Right, I think that's what's doing it. Eat this glue gun up. Right, put the glue gun on. Talk about that, Mr. Russ. How the bloody hell did whose stream was it? It was put in. That was put. Oh, I forgot whose. I think it was on PCDD's stream. Right, Ace was in, and I don't know how he done it, but he was timing everything for the. It was boot looping all on these commands. Oh mate, I was around my mum's. I was pissing myself laughing. It was really funny because it kept coming up. It was timed. And he was just doing it over and over again. I couldn't, seriously, I was rolling up. I thought, how's the bloody, he must have got a command somewhere and he put it in a time command. He's really clever, Mr. Ace, like that. I mean, the amount of commands he's got and is colossal. It must be like never ending. But yeah, it was on Mr. PCDD's stream, and I know Ace come in because I was watching it. I was watching it live. I think it was on I don't know if it was on a Saturday or Sunday. It was a little while back, but it was really funny. It was just yeah, super glue mixed with sodium and bicarbonated. You'll be amazed. Yeah, actually, a little bit of bicarbonated soda, and it basically thickens up. But this stuff's good. It is good, Sergio. Trust me. It's Mr. Worms proves of hot glue, and I totally agree. You know, hot glue does do good stuff. Obviously, done my chip. I used hot glue on that. That's still held in, which I couldn't see. I couldn't see the hot glue, but I can assure you it's anchored down. That's what made me laugh. And he's brilliant. A subscriber sent me. Oh, nice. Subscriber sent you a nice oscilloscope. Well, do you know what, JFix? Good thing to have, sir. If you're dealing with any, really, oscilloscopes like this is the one that I bought, the same one as Mr. Pico himself. Me and Pico get on really well, so really close friend to me he is. So obviously, he recommended the same stuff. Obviously, I've got the same power supply as Mr. PCDD because my one was upgraded, so I'll give my one to Mr. Pico. I'll just give my stuff away. After time, I can't be bothered to sell it. I've heard, yeah, just take it. It gets rid of it. It seems never ending. And what did I do today? Pick up a bloody 5.1 surround system, which is stuck on the balcony because it stinks of cigarettes. It absolutely, and I'm not a smoker, and it absolutely smells. It's really strong. It's just a system. It's not like the DVD drive or anything like that. Right, what I need to do then is, it's nice to have an oscilloscope. You'll really benefit from that. I mean, obviously you need a function generator if you're going to use it for audio equipment, which I've just ordered. Me and Mr. Pico's just ordered one, so I'll give him the link to it. It's actually quite a good one. Well, that glue's gone hard. That is seriously gone hard, that glue. So what I've done, I've basically, let's see if I can, yeah, that might do it now. Obviously, it's bouncing back a little bit. We'll give it a go. Hot glue is always good stuff. Can't beat a bit of hot glue. Yeah, good thing to have an oscilloscope. You won't be disappointed. I think it's part of the essential equipment that gradually, as we're all getting better at what we do, you need more professionalised tools. When you're first starting off, I'll recommend start off something small and build your way up, like Joey did. Joey did exactly the same. Started off with small items and gradually got improved. And he actually did say that. He said that on a live stream. Unless you're like Mr. Pico and obviously grew up with electronics. It was up this bloody end. I knew it was. That's it. Sorry guys, let me put these pins in. These Commodore pins are notorious from bending up big time. So you've got to make sure. There's no heat shield on this. None. Not one bit of heat shield. That's how I have to pull it back. Which I don't like the idea that the Commodore 128 had a big heat shield going straight over at the end of it. A bit like the Amiga and the Ataris. No, the bread bins don't. They obviously don't believe in them. But the 128 did, because it was a much bigger computer. And the way these line up, these are really poorly built. I wouldn't say they're like the best build quality on these. Definitely not. It's really cheap design. When Jacques Chanel built the built Commodore, well, he started off at the VIC-20, and then obviously he got to the Commodore 64 on that front. I wish he would have bloody designed it a lot better, especially with him that clipping system. It's crap. I hate things not working 100%. It just really, really bugs me. So now it looks like I've got a voltage regulator for that bloody ColecoVision. Sorry, Mr. Hotcales, I'll read your message, sir. Give me 1 minute. Yeah, I have no idea how to use it. Yeah, oscilloscopes, what I'm trying to learn, Mr. Pico give me video documentation, because I've got the same one as him. The one I've ordered is a 2-scope one, so I can read 2 in circuit. But obviously, to use it, you still need a function generator, which is obviously so the audio waves can be read and it can give you the correct output to read our oscilloscope. So I mean, they're good for reading diodes, obviously running things like tape decks, you'll see, because it will create, the function generator creates waveforms. You can get square waves, oscillating waves, diagonal. I mean, you know, it goes for all the different functions, obviously due to the calibration that you alter it on. As far as I know, that's how it works. So then the audio that goes in, you can then see the wave format. If it's not timed, if it's like a square wave and it's slightly offset, you can adjust it. So then you know, then you can adjust it inside to actually peak it to get it to the right performance. So that's how oscilloscopes. They are mainly really used for vintage stuff, mainly audio more than anything. So they're not really been used on anything else. If you watch Mendit Mark, he's got bloody loads of oscilloscopes, absolutely untold. He must have about a good 50 on his shelf, all different types of oscilloscopes, but they're all the old type oscilloscopes, like the one I've got at the end of the day. Obviously, the modern ones will do the job because they can read all the way up to 200 megahertz. Yeah, the probes on mine arrived, so they're a bit funny enough, though. I think they're good caps. It's because the signal wave is shortened entirely. Yeah, so like you said there, Mr. Hotcales, like, you know, obviously good leads do make it, obviously, but it's another learning curve that you've got to then adjust to use, obviously. Yeah, function generator. Oh, it's got a function generator built in. Oh, right. Well, you don't have to worry about that. So obviously the old equipment that I've got, obviously, Mr. Hotcales has got the similar one, and who else? Carrefour. I think Carrefour's got an old oscilloscope at the end of the day. So yeah, it's just one of the things that I think once you're going down that route, it's just knowing how to use it. It's just knowing how to use it. But there is plenty of YouTube videos, obviously, I'm still waiting for my function generator to turn up, because I've got some vintage tape decks that I really want to test out. So on that front. No, Mr. Worms, it ain't made no bloody difference. Look. For crying out loud. I don't think I'm ever going to get to do that. No, that's popped out. So, see that hook's in there. Let me take this one out. Yay, popped out. It feels like it's got to go forward more for it to hook in. Tell you what, they look like there's some really good indie games coming out. Obviously, I've been keeping an eye on an indie game that the game developers put on Steam. There's only 2 people working on it at the moment. It's called War of the Worlds. They took it from the actual film, the 1995 version of Tom Cruise. At the end of the day, well, there's a new video come out a couple of days ago, hours footage of what they've been doing to the lighting of the game. Obviously, because it's still not out to buy yet, it's still in beta. At the end of it, don't have to look good though. I've got to admit, they've done a fantastic job. Right, well that's done it, innit? I've well and truly done it now. I've pushed it right through. Fuck's sake. So what I mean with vintage plastics? What was I just saying 30 seconds ago? Hate them with a passion. Yeah, pushed it right through. Fuck it. Look, this is what happens with vintage plastics. They're brittle as anything. Don't worry. I know what Mr. Worms will say. Get the hot glue. Now, I can solve that problem. Right. So what I'll end up doing is you could put a washer right the way through. So that way it won't pull through. And I'll probably end up going down that route. You know, I'll just say that's the only thing with bloody retro stuff. Yeah, get a 3D printer. Do you know what? That is one. The trouble is, no, Mr. J-Fix, sir, there's so many makes and models. What is the best entry level? You don't really want to get a novice one, like the cheapie, which start from about 50 quid. You know, on that. Yeah. That's not good for that. That would actually help. That would help your situation. It probably would actually, because obviously, good thing is, Mr. Hotcows is in the house. He uses his one. His one's pretty good. Yeah. Build your IU and then up, and then you can drill it again. Yeah, actually, that's not bad. Mr. Hotcows, what is that? What's your one that you used? Can you put in a link in the description, because you've got a good 3D printer on that one. No, that probe will be a better option, and then you can drill it out again. Yeah, obviously, that is obviously not the option. The options that I've got on here, obviously, because that's bloody. Oh, that's why. You know what's happened, guys? Do you know what's happened? I can see it. You know why the screw weren't going in? Because there's frigging bloody glue stuck in it. There's fucking glue stuck in it. Now, what? Look, all the holes are separate. Look, hole, right? It's got the hole in it. No, this one's got hot glue in. So it's got like glue stuck in it. So it's obviously, that's why it weren't going. For crying out loud. Bugger. Right, okay. Back to the drawing board. Take her off. Right, one thing at a time. Let's get that fucking hot glue out. Unbelievable. See, Rusty Russ, it's not... It ain't just Xbox 360s, sir. Frigging retro stuff is really a nightmare to work alongside with, literally. That's filled up with glue. How's that got glue inside? I've never put glue inside that. That's no wonder that ain't working. Right, I'm gonna have to get the Dremel out. Where's the fucking Dremel? For crying out loud. I'm gonna have to drill it. I'm gonna have to put a little drill hole in it. Unbelievable. What's the chance of that happening? I didn't even put glue in there, so I don't know how that's happened. Thinking, all right, okay, okay. And I bent one of my arms on the bloody. The arm's bent on that. I don't know how I managed to bend that. I think I must have put too much force on it, and it's gone like a banana. That's all right. They give you a load of tips anyway. So that one that Mr. MK's got. Oh my God, that I would have threw in the bin. That obviously he only had that one, bless him, and he was trying to do that soldering, and that was just giving him an headache. Kept cutting out. Obviously, I did give him the same one. I said to him, like, I put a link in the Discord when I got back from the vets. Worm's seen that before. Worm's seen that before. All I can say is, don't. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'll fix them with hot glue. Hot glue always, it does well, hot glue. Yeah, I just ordered a new 3D printer, the S200. I don't know what it's like. Right. Chill and relax. Read this slowly. Right. Fill in the post with hot glue. Right. Okay, sir. I know where you're going with this. Fill it all up with hot glue and then put the pin, go right through it. And then that builds it up. That's actually a good idea. Thank you, sir. And then fill it afterwards with baking soda. And then after that, then super glue it, and then it will instantly, it'd be rock hard. Oh, right, really? So bicarbonated soda or something like that. I think I've got some in the cupboard. I've got hot glue, got plenty of hot glue. And then super glue, which I have got some tubes of super glue, which I have. I've got some Loctite, you know. So I've got some Loctite little power gel stuff at the end of the day. So that's actually a very good shout out, sir. But I don't know how that's filled in. I did not fill that in. So, which obviously, I don't know how that's happened, to be honest. So, how the friggin' hell did that happen on there? Let me see if I've got my little Dremel first. Before I do anything. Obviously, Mr. J-Fix he had the same one as what I've got. I had a very similar one of the little tiny Dremel one that he was mucking about with on one of his reviews, which I was watching. And I have got one of them. For the love of God, I just don't know where it is. It's like 90% of my stuff. It's like a time warp on my table. Obviously, building a 6-foot table is obviously not big enough. Obviously, borat agrees. Try PVA glue. Actually, Mr. Worms, it's funny. No, actually, Sergio, it's funny you should say that, sir. Where is it? Oh God, that's a laugh. Where is it? Oh, here it is. It's buried over here. Right. I don't even have to do that. Mr. Hot Cows, I've got some of this stuff. This stuff on here is called CT1 sealant, right? This goes like it's like rocket fuel, this gear. It sets within 20 minutes. This stuff sets within about 20 minutes. It starts to set, basically. Slam the exit room. Slams the exit room, the councils use this, right? You check up the price of this stuff, it's about just over £10 a tube, right? It's really expensive. It's actually, I think it cost me, from Screwfix, it was about 12.5 quid. Moo. Now, I haven't got no other commands on here. I've only got Borat because I've not had time to do it. I've been doing other bits and pieces. So, this stuff, once it sells, this stuff is a mastic, right? But it's really, not only really pingy, but when it sets, you can't move it. You'll end up breaking the plastic. This stuff bonds like you wouldn't believe. And it's really good sealant, but it's really expensive. So, obviously, this might be my other alternative. But if I put this on, if I sealed this up, I'd never be able to undo it. I'd end up busting this case, getting it off. But that would save it. That would actually do that on that front. On there. But I need to drill this hole out before I do anything, because I won't be able to screw this down. Because obviously, I don't know how super glue's got in there. I just, for the love of God of me, I just don't know how that works. Can't believe I've just ordered 10 capacitors. Now I've got to order more capacitors and a voltage regulator. Great, lovely. As if it's enough on me plate that I've got to order. Yes, after settling it demands. Yeah, you can determine its shape. Yeah, when I tried baking powder and super glue, it wasn't that never impressed. Yeah, obviously, out of the stuff, you really want that stuff. If you want something to seal it up, use that sealant CT1. It is very expensive gear, but trust me, once you put that on, all I say is you'll have a job getting it off. I don't want to use that CT1 on here, because if I seal this up, I'll end up busting this case getting it off. That's how strong that stuff sets, and it's mastic. Right, here we go. So obviously Mr. Hotcows has put a lovely link in the repair. Super glue, baking soda and a plastic repair at the end of the day. How to.
I have a plastic switch mechanism that needs a little repair, so I'm going to try the super glue baking soda method. I've seen other people use it as a filler or even to build up a structure that they can sand down and shape as they need to replace broken off pieces, so I thought I would try it out myself. Super glue is a type of cyanoacrylate or cyanoacrylate, depending on what site you look at for how to say this, or CA glue, that's easier. And out of all of its properties and uses, it can be used as a filler or to build up a surface when added to baking soda. It'll form a hard, lightweight filler, sometimes used in assembling models or even guitar repair, like this application where the groove in the nut is worn down too much and you can build it back up with super glue and baking soda.
Yay!
Then file
Squishy's
it back to the
favourite.
desirable height. Before I try repairing this broken plastic switch,
I didn't know if it worked
since I
so
haven't
well.
tried this before, I thought I would take some super glue and regular baking soda and try it out on a
This is
scrap
supposed to be a
piece of
retro
wood.
channel,
Just
not
to be
making
safe, this
soda
should
and
be
not
done in a
glue.
well-ventilated
Yeah, bring it
area.
down.
I'm going to alternately
Yeah, but I use
apply
baking
super
powder.
glue and then baking soda and build up a structure
Well, he
and
just said he
see
used
how
baking
sound it
powder.
is. So there's a dab of glue,
Dab of glue, yeah, dab of glue is good.
now some baking soda,
Bit of baking soda. Yeah, I suppose in that
pretty
will
much
react to it.
instantly. That dried pretty hard. I can scratch the surface on it. I'll build it up a little more.
Super glue, baking soda.
Wipe off the excess. I don't have an ideal applicator, so I'm overdoing it. So I wipe off the excess, and it's dried hard instantly again. I'll do a little more.
Yay!
And
But
the
we,
super glue on its own tends to just run off, so it's making it more difficult to build this up.
the one good aspect is that baking soda and super glue, anything to do with the word glue, always gets anyone's
Clean it off
approval.
again. So I can see how I could build this up if it was more in a contained environment, and that
Hold up a
goes
minute.
fairly solid.
Can I just stop you there, right? Mr. Pico's just reminded me, right? He's just sent me a text at the end. He said, "Look under your table, Mr. Retro. What did you buy? Obviously, when you was last doing your repair." And I went, "No, tell me." Obviously, I've got a brain like a sieve, so obviously, yeah, I had to look underneath. Yeah, he's 100% right. I've got this stuff, plastic repair. Obviously, this stuff's again very expensive. It turns white. It's a 2-in-1 hardener and filler, and it's designed for plastics. It's not good for anything else. It's only for, oh fuck me, I'll just hang on, I'll drop the hardener. Right, hold up. So yeah, it's a 2-in-1. So this stuff reacts with this. So this is a plastic filler. So basically, once this gets filled, this goes like rock hard. And I forgot all about it. To be honest, I totally forgot. It's like JB Weld. It's very similar, but once it got, well, I tell you, it done that well. It done that little ColecoVision. I filled it all in and sprayed it all up. The only downside is this dries white, but you're not going to see it over this anyway. So unbelievable. I knew I had something. Obviously, because for plastics, that's what he uses. Mr. Pico's. Oh, this is what I love about Mr. Pico. He's so helpful. He really is. He literally help anyone. And yeah, and this is reasons why I love the community at the end of the day, and helping streamers, because there's going to be a point where you might need something and you're thinking, what do you recommend? Yeah, recommend this stuff. This stuff goes like, it literally, it's like liquid plastic at the end of the day. So once this sets, this takes about, the curing time on there is probably a couple of hours at the end of the day. But oh yeah, and keep it out of your eyes. Well, what was you doing putting it in your eyes to start with? Not a great idea. So even though Mr. Rockhouse was a great idea, I forgot I had this stuff, and this is the proper gear. So, but plastic weld, this is. It's like a form of plastic weld. So it's a 2-in-1 on that front. Let's have a shoot, quick look. 822. Yep, that watch is working fine. So if I don't push that button all the way in, it seems to keep up. But thank you, Mr. Rockhouse. I really appreciate you, sir. It's still a good method, regardless. At the end of the day, it does work very, very well. But I still need to bloody undo. I don't know how that's got in here. How's that? I don't know how bloody hot glue's got in it, but it has. Hot glue's gone in. Yeah, I've freed it up now. So let's put that in. So I mean with that, they shouldn't really be that bloody hard for it to go in to start with. That's not the right screw. Fucking, why am I putting? Where's my pot of screws? Hold up a minute, guys. Got me pot of screws here. I'm gonna have a look at my pot of screws. So I had a couple of options what I could have used, 100%. And because these plastics are so fragile, it's unbelievable. I want a skinny. I really need a skinny one there. Yeah, I like that. That'll do. Something like that. So it's not going to put too much tension. Look at that. Look. Perfect. Look, see? And that ain't even split it. That one's too fat, too wide. It's not designed for that. That's got in beautiful. Right. Okay. Problem solved. Found a screw. Right. Fuck me. Why couldn't I find that earlier? That would have saved me such an headache. And then what I'm going to do, put that screw back in there, because I don't need that one. Oh, that ain't a screw, that's the Torx bit. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Oh, we are. This has come off, Mr. Worms. Fuck's sake. This is why I really needed a 3D printer. Yeah, Mr. Rockhouse, you've got a very good 3D printer there, sir. What's that one that you had in your can you put a link in the Discord of the same one you got? That seems a good one. You tend to have quite a good experience when you're doing 3D stuff on that. Plastic filler with super glue, it's even stronger. Really? I'll bear that in mind. Yeah, I have experience, lol. Obviously, that ends up being good stuff. That plastic weld, I forgot all about it. I sharpened this up. I put this on my my bench thing. I've got a grinding stone down in my shed. Obviously, if I can get to it, because everything's buried in there. My lazy spar's still in there. It's probably got bloody mould all over it by now. At the end of the day. But I put that on there and sharpened it up. This is razor sharp, that is. You wouldn't want to dig it in your hand. I have the Endor 3D Nano one that I have used for the older gen. Obviously, you've used yours quite a bit, in of your 3D printer. It's actually quite a good 3D print on that one. It's like you said, there's so many entry levels to 3D printers. Obviously, when you're dealing with retro stuff, especially that, yeah. But if you have a file for those tapes, I could actually print them out for you. Yeah. The trouble is, I got these off eBay. On these ones, there was only a couple of quid. There wasn't a lot, but what I could do, Mr. Watkels, I could actually, if I send you this one's obviously, I've had to super glue the thing on it. I've took all the glue off it. Obviously, I can send you this one. Post this one to you, and then you might be able to get the correct size. Obviously, for these Commodore 64s, they're a frigging nightmare. No one sells them. No one does them because of these lugs. Constantly always break. Yeah, the model of the computer again. It's the bread bin of the C64. Yeah, I can send you, Mr. Watkels. So if you watch a minute, I can send you this. You can get the exact size. It's not worth me. Every time I've seen the bloody put it on, it's coming off. So I'm thinking that it's a simple little design, but obviously trying to get all the glue off it. Would do if I put all the glue. Yeah, the way I think that's the trouble with this. You can actually see it. I don't think they squared this off properly, because you can see it's not squared. They've got the right length. But the issue is, this lip is supposed to clip over. I'll tell you what the issue is, right? And I think this is the problem. I think that it's supposed to go over like that. That's how it's supposed to go. It's supposed to clamp. So the plastic, when this sits on, this comes at the top. So this plastic bit then, once it comes over on here, then clips onto this part of the board. So, because the lugs are supposed to be on here, they're actually snapped off. And that wasn't done by me, that was obviously done by them. So when this goes on, you can actually see it, and you can clearly see what I'm on about. You've got these type of lugs, and I think what they're supposed to do, they are supposed to hook in and lock it. And that's how it locks. But these don't look like, that's not the greatest. You can see what I mean. You can actually look. It's not the greatest of shape, the way they've designed it. So whoever 3D printed didn't do a good job on it. And I think, I've got two on. These two seem to be locking it. This one is not great. And I think this is why it's causing my problem at the end of it. Because it's supposed to hook in, and another thing on it, I'll read that, my friend. And I think that's the trouble with this. I think this one, they've not 3D printed properly and it's causing, this is why it's not locking. Because every time I pick it up, it's all coming apart. Squishy Worms sent a link on Discord. Thank you, my friend. £10. Oh, there you go. Yeah, 10. Yeah, actually, there you go. It actually done it. Tenner. Commodore bread bin fixed clips. Let's actually a quick look. How to fix them. Super glue or similarly using the clip as a guide. Temporary holding in place. Where they got to come from? Oh, hold up. Shipping. Oh, they're not from the UK. Worldwide shipping. Oh, they're worldwide shipping from the UK. There you go. So they do ship. Let's scroll down to the bottom. Cancellation policy terms of use. About us. Right, Mr. Worms. So they're called MIG. So what have they got them? They should have them ones in. Yeah, these are they're a set of tough 3D printed replacement clips for the bread bin that's snapped off. Nice one. Right, I'll get them ordered off. I'll get them done. I think this is what the issue is. I think the issue is not the way I've done it. I've done it correctly. I think the issue, that don't look straight to me. That looks all fucking cockeyed. So whoever done this one's not done a great job on the 3D printing. It just don't look right. Something's not right with that. It just looks all misshapen. Well, the other two, fine. I've not got the problem there. Hang on. Mr. Hopkins. The Commodore bread bin, old style case. He says, I designed these clips, the bridge along lines with the perfect replacement. Hope they're 100% and they're 100% in PLA. Now they look entirely different. Yes. So yeah, these are actually I keep forgetting. Let me open this up so you guys can see because it goes in tablet mode. So yeah, they look entirely different. I designed these also in bridge clips in the lines of perfect realignment, on mine at least. Hope that helps someone. I printed it in 100% PLA. The Commodore bread bin style clips. Yeah, that's like a latching system. Now that looks more solid. That actually looks more solid, that one, than what the other ones do. Obviously, when you're looking between this and this shape, that's a completely different design, and that looks like that's one piece. Where this looks like this is a two-piece system. So whoever done that, obviously they've used this. This is obviously that's probably the reason. I'm actually amazed it worked. Yeah, I had these clips. It's the hates that I can print. I have downloaded it from the file, and if you want me to, yeah, would you? I'll send you the money, Mr. Hotcales. It's not a problem, sir. On that front, anything's to give it a go. I don't really fancy putting all hot glue again on this. It's just going to come off. I'm wasting my time because it just won't stick down. Obviously, whoever's done that one's not obviously done properly. And I think this, no, I don't mind, seriously. I'll put my address in on your Discord. So, yeah, I think I think this is where this one, it's just a shame. The other two have seemed to be fine, but this one's not, obviously, this one's not done properly. I think this one's causing the headache. It's not sticking the bread bin down properly. Yeah, DM it. I will do, bud. Thank you, much appreciated. This is why I want to get into 3D printing on that one. so that I can start learning to do 3D printing. I think it's another step up to, obviously, because I've got a lot of vintage stuff, I'm going to be in the same boat. A lot of my vintage stuff, these clips start to go they start to go brittle and break. And this is where a 3D printer would come in handy. And so, you know, this is why I say, what is a good entry level? You don't really want to get a beginner's one, and you're wasting your money. I'd rather just get a good one and just deal with that one specific one and that front. That's why I asked about yours. Obviously, yours is quite a good one. And I've seen some of your 3D prints; they look really cool. So I went, bloody hell, that looks all right. I was quite impressed. So yeah, I won't glue that one back in, right? Obviously, I need to fill that bloody hole in, though. So what I might do is, while I'm doing that, yeah, the yellow would be cool. Yeah, I ain't fussed what colour it is, but you're not going to see it anyway, because 9 out of 10, it's going to be hidden up on here. But these ones don't look all that great. So obviously the super glue is held in them, but they're not. They still got wiggle movement. These don't look like the. I don't think they're very good quality. Whoever done this 3D printing, I think they rushed it. You know, of this style. It's like I said, because if you have a look, the lugs are actually snapped off. They're supposed to be up and over. I think that's how they designed them, and they clip into the back. But obviously, over time, these go brittle. Can't believe that was filled in with bloody glue, which I didn't do. I didn't do that. So I'll leave that off. I won't put that back on. It's just no point. So I need to. I now need to bloody repair. Put this back on. And get this. I'll super glue it first so it holds into place. Get the old super glue. That's a shame. Quite super glue, isn't it? And it's strong, you can smell it. It's like, it's got a right potent smell to it. Fucking hate this shitty stuff. Get it all over your hands, it won't stick. I only want to hold it down just to, I mean, this is the gel. This is good stuff, this gel. This will hold it. But it's not going to be a permanent fix because there you go. And that's got that all the way round. Good. Right, that's glued all the way round. Right, I can see that's glued all the way round. But I am going to put some weld around that. Sling some of that weld around it. Hopefully. Because otherwise that will just come. The super glue will bond it so far. Your probe, your probe is on the. Your probe is on the. It's to get high on the glue, on the super glue. Oh Jesus! Yeah, I think that's it. I think you're right. Cow prints in yellow. Cow prints in yellow. Do we get the old cow prints out? Or get blocked nostrils. yeah, something like that. You'd rather get high on the smell or your nostrils get blocked at the end of the day. I mean, that super glue, look, it even sticks to like fibres and everything. Yeah, if you sniff that stuff hard, Well, people do, didn't they? They obviously do sniff the old glue. You know, I don't. I just get it off Bronson. He glues me up enough. He's curled up like an adder. He's gone back to kit. He's had his bone. He's happy. Yeah, I'm going to leave that super glue just to let that set. And then what I'll do, after that sets, I'm going to mix some weld up, sling some weld around that, right? And then do what Mr. Hotcales recommends. Put some super glue on top of that, and that'll harden it even more. But this stuff is good gear. I've got to admit, you probably won't need it, but I will give it that extra strength just in case, because it is broken. But this stuff, once this goes off, fuck me, you bust it. You end up busting it to get it off. He's got Mr. Pico recommended this. This is what he used to do plastic repairs, and he done my cogs, and he used this stuff as well as like wasser, and it was like rocket fuel. It went off very quick, and I was very impressed with it. It's not cheap. Again, the stuff's not cheap, but when you're doing stuff like this, I suppose you would do. Yeah, if you're unlucky enough, your optimizer and the emittance from there, and they will read your nostrils will be stick with super glue bottles. Yeah, that could be worse. Yeah, I don't know what could be worse, but that could be worse. Yeah, totally agree with you there. Oh well, fucking something else that weren't broke, but now's broke. You know, and obviously these epoxy fucking clips are useless. Absolutely useless. Right, let's put the screws in because I'm one for losing things. I knew that was causing me issues. Straight away, I already knew that was going to cause me problems. The way that was on there. All that glue I used, it didn't do nothing. Oh, that's that CT1 sealant. Fuck me, I can't even get it off. I can't even get that CT sealant off. That stuff is nightmare. When it bonds to plastic, my God, does it bond? It really sticks. It's so, what it is, it's so bonded to the actual molecules, it don't want to come off. It just comes off in tiny beads. It's really good, that CT1 sealant. It just drives me up the bloody wall where it won't, you know, it's a typical, isn't it? Out of all the clips, I'd end up having one that ends up being the mankiest out of the lot. That's probably why it weren't working. That's another thing, what Mr. Pico recommended, that I buy some black dye and then put it in, mix it in with the paste, because it's a two-part system, and then basically it come out like a dark grey, and you just had a bit more and it went jet black. And it done the job. So obviously I wanted to match the plastics on me ClecoVision, and that was the only way to do it. But I ended up spraying it anyway, and it come out pretty good. Right, so let's put this to one side. Obviously this is my bread bin. Until Mr. Hotcales can print me them things, I can't put that back. So that will have to stay as is. So that plastic clip is crap. It's obviously a diabolical joke. I'm not putting that back on in the day. Yeah, that's keeping time now, that watch. That is actually keeping good time. Regularly, Mandy often laughs at me. Lucky enough, the acetone breaks me down. It breaks down the super glue. Oh no, hot glues. Hot cows, Ace console repairs. You literally go in and you think, right, that's it. Pull it in there. Oh, your foot's gone to sleep. So, Well, I really can't do much more. Obviously, I only started off with the bloody watch, and then it ended up costing the Commodore. Obviously, now I've got to order a voltage regulator. The voltage reg is getting red hot at the end of the day, so I'll order a voltage reg for that. Look, that's that bloody CT1 sealant. Fucking that stuff is like, God, it just sticks. It's so super sticky. It just bonds to everything, and it just don't want to come apart. And the Furby, don't forget, Mr. MK's favourite. Obviously, we do like a good Furby. I liked it when Mr. J Fix was actually putting Furby, the Furby commands in, and I don't know how he done it, but he done a great job. Ace cracks me up. Obviously, when he was trolling Mr. PCDD's troll, or putting all the commands in. Yeah, I got bored, Squish. No, you won't. Yeah, so obviously, yeah, the bits that I'm waiting for, then I'll have to order voltage regulator and some more capacitors. Fuck's sake. So like 90% of the times you end up ordering more capacitors. I just hope they ain't these cheap Chinese bits of rubbish, because these ones are a joke. Time to go, Retro. Take care, and you chat. Yes, thanks, DJC. Yes, I'm going to have to knock it on there, guys, because obviously it's coming up to late. It's coming up to obviously 10 to 9 at night at the UK, and obviously people around the world. Obviously, I've got to be up in the morning. Got to take the dog out. So yeah, thanks, guys, for popping on. Much appreciated. It's a shame about Dave's Unbranded, no, isn't it? Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, I was a bit gutted about that. Thanks, thanks, and I'm looking forward to your slushy machine, sir. Can't wait for that one at the end of the day. Make a nice slushy. That'll make us all made. Mr. Worms, Mr. Hotcows. As soon as I finish Mr. Hotcows, I'm going to see that. I'll send you me address on that. Thank you, sir. Mr. Ace, thanks for popping in, my friend. And all the lurkers that's lurking in the background at the end of the day. Who's spamming the bloody hearts? That's obviously, and stop retracting your messages, you little shit, right? So we know who's doing it. Yeah, thanks, mate. Rick, thanks for popping on. You leg end. Well, obviously someone called you a bell end earlier, right? Well, that's not very nice, is it? A leg end is better, especially not a bell end, no. No one's a bell end. Falcon's in. So yeah, thanks, guys, for popping in. So yeah, no, they did. Yeah, they actually did call you a bell end on that front. Don't worry, we'll all come in and come be lurking on that front. So yeah, thanks, guys, and I'll catch you guys in the next stream. So see you later.